and use the hashtag Trinity Series. But it's about time to get into the action for today, Danicus. And the first match of the day is G2 versus Complexity. These two teams started off as looking like the two teams to beat in the tournament, both with 3-0 starts. And since then, it's just been downhill.
Yeah, you look at Complexity and you think, wow, that's actually a pretty competitive roster of well-accomplished players just on ladder and in tournaments. You look at G2 and you think these are some of the most storied and prolific tournament finishers in the entire history of Hearthstone, even though it's only been about 3 years since we've had a lot of competitive tournaments. When you look at G2, you think, man, they're the favorites, but you have to look at Complexity and you think these guys definitely could also win the whole tournament. Crane is a player that people respect a lot. JJ has been killing it in almost every tournament he goes to. And Mr. Yaoga, a perennial underrated player. And I think all these guys combined definitely make up a pretty lethal roster.
Yeah, and they seem to be working well together, too, which is, one of the big things that we've seen makes a team successful in the Trinity Series. But here's the match format. So before the match begins for the week, both teams submit 9 unique decks, one for each of the 9 classes. Prior to their match, they enter into a pick and ban phase where each team bans away 2 of the opposing team's decks. Then from the remaining 7, they pick 6 to play, so they exclude 1 deck from their own lineup. And they then play in a best-of-11 match using last hero standing format, which means in every game, the winning deck is automatically queued up for the next game, and the losing deck is eliminated from play for the rest of the match. So here's the pick and ban screen. Each of those 9 class icons represents the 9 unique decks that these guys have brought today. It's Complexity versus G2. Let's see the first bans coming in. Rogue banned away from Complexity, and Warrior banned away from G2. There's the pretty popular clip from of Life Coach from, I believe it was last week, it might have been the week before, of Life Coach being very giddy about his turn 4 kill as Pirate Warrior.
Yeah, you can definitely respect the Rogue ban from both sides here. Rogue yesterday really flexed its muscles, leaving Shaman open. They feel like Shaman is definitely the most counterable class out of the 3 classes that you want to ban, which is pretty interesting to me. I feel like Shaman is hardest to counter because even if you do bring a counter deck, it sometimes wins. But I guess Rogue is even more problematic because when you ban away the aggressive decks, you leave a lot more control-style decks open, and Rogue can really capitalize on that.
Yeah, and so we'll see same lineups for each of these teams today. Could differ in decks. There's Complexity, Super JJ, Missy Yogut, and Crane 333. Those are the decks that they'll be piloting. But again, for those of you who may not be as familiar with the Trinity Series, even though they're piloting the decks, the teams are working together, and there's G2, Tice, Life Coach, and RDU. Definitely the team to beat coming into the season at the halfway point, and now even so that they're tied in the standings with 3 other teams, I still think G2 is one of the front runners, not only to make it to playoffs, but to even take the whole thing.
Yeah, for now. I mean, front runners implies that they are the ones currently in the lead, and they are, but it's very marginal. And if Complexity wins here, G2 might even be in danger of not making the playoffs.
That's true.
So this is a decisive game in this league standings currently, and the winner of this will be well-positioned to go to the finals of Trinity.
Mm-hmm. One thing to note for both these teams is that, game score does matter at the end of the day. Win-loss percentage is how we determine the tiebreakers at the end of the season, which means the more games you win, the higher that percentage is going to be. And so both these teams, since one of them is going to lose, it's imperative that they win as many games as possible during these series by min-maxing those matchups later on in the match to make sure that even if they lose, they put themselves in a good spot going into the last week to make sure that they're okay on the tiebreakers.
Yeah, you don't want to necessarily just because you feel like you're going to lose the series, you want to get it over with. You want to win as many games as you can and get your opportunity to get your game score as high as possible. And G2 does have a pretty good game score. And the reason why is because they've been winning the series, and when they do, some of them that they've won have been really convincing. They started off the entire Trinity Series with a 6-0 sweep with Anything Can Happen Paladin over Alliance, which, poor Alliance seems like they've been the victim of sweep or get swept.
Yep.
Feels very one-sided with some of their series, but that's part of the dangers, I guess, of last year's standing in general. Just if you're a team that's not prepared for a specific deck, or let's say you do have one prepared counter for a very powerful deck, if it doesn't work out that way, it can end up just damaging your entire lineup because let's say Shaman ends up being queued up here first, for example, which I don't think it will be. But if you lose the counter to Shaman like Mage, then all of a sudden everything else loses to Shaman, and then you just get 6-0.
Yeah.
It's a very thin, like paper thin strategy with all the web of counters, and if you're not able to execute on one of them, you could end up crumbling.
Yeah, that's great points. And, one thing to note about the opening matchups is that, teams have tend to lean towards being more, safe with their picks. And Complexity and G2, their identity throughout the Trinity Series has been just solid gameplay, but being very predictable. And they've opened Paladin almost every week. I actually think G2 has opened Paladin in every single week, every single match that they've had, which is, obviously a game plan that they have coming in, but it can be exploitable by teams that are willing to go outside of the box. So we'll have to see. It's going to be a Paladin mirror matchup for off the get-go. And we'll see how these builds differ. And we'll see who can take this crucial game number 1.
All right, so anything Paladin mirrors. Yeah, looks like no Finja in the opening hand to really determine everything. It does feel like that is what largely the matchup hinges upon, but don't also discount how impactful things like card draw or even board tempo, such as having a Tyrion to play on turn 8, for example, can really swing the matchup in your favor.
Yeah, G2 actually kept Tyrion in their opening hand, which is, pretty indicative of how they feel about this matchup. It's a lot of times it's about those power plays, towards that mid to late stages of the game. And if you can get those power plays, then you can run away with the game with just pressure alone.
Reporting for duty.
Complexity goes ahead and hero powers. The debate there was whether or not they wanted to play into the coin Acolyte of Pain. And G2 does have that available to them. It would delay their True Silver Champion. They have 2 in the hand, so it would delay those charges by a bit. But you mentioned card draw is incredibly important to this matchup because you need to find those Murlocs, you need to find that Finja, you need to find those Anyfins because this matchup can ramp up really hard because all those Murlocs die and contribute to the pool, so anything can happen. It comes online much earlier than it does in Paladin versus any other matchup.
So, if you play Doomsayer here, it sets up for 3. If you hero power, it's pretty bad because then it sets up for your opponent to have a really nice 3-mana Solemn Vigil. Looks like the G2 is going to take advantage of the coin and coin out the Acolyte here. It's the least punishable. I like this play a lot.
Yeah, let's go listen into Complexity and see how they're planning on dealing with this Acolyte of Pain.
The thing is that we make our Solemn Weaker if we Doomsayer now. But they will definitely have another 3-drop.
I think so as well.
Like, we would deny that.
I mean, what does the Doomsayer do? I think the Solemn is not that big of an issue. Doomsayer gives us a free development on the barns and it takes away a card from them. I think that's pretty good.
We have been using Doomsayers pretty much to to set up our Anyfins, so that's the consideration, I guess.
Yeah, but I think since they use the coin now.
But what do if we play War Leader? What is the 3-drop we're afraid of? The 2/2 guy. They have War Leader.
I think it's good to give them the initiative.
Yeah, we can Doomsayer. I don't mind it. It's good against their War Leader as well.
I feel like it's nice to get the barns off on an empty board.
Yeah, that's why I like
Especially
Doomsayer.
get something good, right?
If we go
I
War
agree.
Leader and they just drop their War Leader, then if we traded War Leaders, then our Barnes is kind of silly. Right, because it creates a 1/1 for them.
I mean, I'm sure we don't hero power, because, yeah.
No, we just
pass, yeah. I don't know if coin Acolyte is like...
We have double equalities. Solemn, sure, whatever.
That's not bad, right?
I thought it was Tyrion. He's better.
Yeah, I thought so.
Well, at least he cannot prove so now, but I kind of have the feeling that he has Finja.
Sure, but sure, why not?
I don't see anything
I'm
else.
thinking of like a play of Wicker Flame Doomsayer next turn, but do you even
Oh, yeah.
wanna do that?
Weaker
Yeah,
flame
that's
Doomsayer. So you want to keep 2 silver and pass?
I'm not sure if you want to do like a Doomsayer Waker Flame in the mirror that badly.
Why not?
Because you lose the Wicker Flame. What is a nice card maybe to have as a Taunt Divine Shield against Murloc?
Okay. So what would you do otherwise? Doomsayer and Blue Jillo, what sounds weird. Specifically the Blue Jillo sounds weird. I mean, no matter what, we can probably... I mean, what is with the Doomsayer? It forces them to have what? It forces them to have
True
True
Silver.
Or is
Yeah,
it
yeah,
Doomsayer or is it?
Yeah, Doomsayer, I like it.
There, you can go Doom. And Hero Power.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that if we throw silver and they play a minion, then they might even kill the weaker flame and the Doomsayer and they can run us over.
If they play Finya, it will be really problematic, yeah.
One
Yeah.
attack, 2 attacks, yeah, that's good enough anyways. I mean, I don't mind it. Like this they need the dude, right? It's not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 1/1 dude, yeah, because now they can basically get cheaper, draw 2 cards, but it doesn't matter. It's not really important.
The 1/1.
The Blue Jill.
The Blue Jill.
And then Mr. Yugu calls it Blue Girl.
Yeah, well, I think that's intentional. I don't think these guys are. I don't think G2 is.
Well, I
at
think
least
it's all
intentionally
intentional.
pronouncing it. You think it's all intentional?
Yeah.
The Blue Jill,
Blue Jill.
as the Swedes would call it.
Yep. Well, this is an awkward situation for Complexity. They don't really have anything to clear off this Doomsayer. Or at least nothing that they'd want to... Oh, well, I changed it. Take that back.
It's pretty surprising, but that allows them to open up a Solemn Vigil to play this turn as well. We're going to go right back in and listen to G2. They're chatting about some stuff.
Well, they did the equality setup for us.
Yeah, but I don't think it's worth a consecration.
No, it's not.
No,
I
no.
think we want a weaker flame. I'm thinking if I want Blue Gill or Hero Power, but it's probably Hero Power, weaker flame.
Yeah, okay, let's do.
Yeah, I like it too. You have True Silver with Blue Jill then next turn, or Cons with Blue Jill. The Blue Jill's actually good in a sense.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, we probably should throw silver, because we have to. And equality consecration can be helpful if they get like a mediocre anything.
Yeah, I really would like to keep on equality and Cons.
Like it's only bad versus 2 war leaders. Yeah, you cannot kill 2 war leaders, but other than that.
I wonder.
And even with 2 war leaders, you kill the war leaders, you don't kill the Blue Gill.
Yeah, but it also can kill like Ragnaros Firelord. What is a problem? That you can deal with.
They use the equality pretty liberally. They might have another one. Or they might just have like super dead hand and they wanted to draw cards and keep their board.
There's also a thing about the weapons a little bit that we get rid of these weapon charges because we have like 7 weapon charges.
Move quickly.
Kind of a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we also have kind of a lot of face damage, right? True Silver 8 is 16, Consec is 18, Ragnaros is like 26, Tyrion is like 41, Blue Jill is 43. So, oh yeah, he does. And boom! I know he actually didn't do this. But Consecration for these
Yeah, I'm not sure if you want to Cons this.
was expensive again.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and turn 7 is weak from the Paladin, but that's a reason maybe to Cons. There is no Murloc being played by any of us yet.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of True Silver Blue Gill. I'm not sure if I want to use the consecration yet.
I wonder.
Yeah,
It's
we
probably better
also
to play True Silver, right? I just don't like this double True Silver and Tyrion in the hand.
Yeah, me too. That's just one reason, and the other reason is also that we don't have any combination with the equality yet in the hand. Equality consecration kind of goes with each other.
So you can do it?
Yeah, if you like it too. Yeah, the turn 7 cannot be good of them either. Like, Paladin doesn't have a turn 7.
Wait, but what do you want to do? You want to play blue gel or what?
Yeah.
If we hero power, we take too much damage.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, that's super good.
That's super good. They only have 4 damage. Like dealing 1 damage is not that. It's annoying
Yeah.
for Murloc Paladin. It's very annoying. And a lot of the times they can't even do it.
Yeah. Just Emperor.
Yeah. The other
He has to probably consecrate or something, right? If he doesn't have another blue grill and he only has
there-
1 pyromancer.
Is there a consideration to go like a Doomsayer turn this turn and then Emperor because we blocked the 8 drop? No, because the double Emperor proc doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I think we should do Doomsayer next turn.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think we.
Well, I don't know about Doomsayer next turn, but probably it's fine.
I think
They
the
will
Empress.
kill this Emperor. Like, they will not leave it up, right? I don't know.
Yeah, it's good for us when we can't develop like their own Emperor.
I don't know. Is leaving up Emperor so scary in this matchup?
Yeah.
It might be, to be honest, because of Endorphin.
Yeah.
Maybe.
If their way of dealing with it is super inefficient, they might just make a development turn.
Yeah, but there are also not so many things he can develop, right?
Yeah, Murloc Paladin is pretty ridiculous in that regard.
Like on turn 7, I mean. Like turn 7, there's mostly no good turn.
Yeah.
Well, I really love the discussion that Complexity is talking about, making the turns awkward. And I mean, G2's been stuck in awkward positions all game long, having to use Consecration right in this position in order to deal with Emperor Thaurissan. But I like that they're setting up for a powerful turn 8 with Tyrion and Ragnaros, just because that's a really important swing turn. And more importantly, they're denying their opponent's turn 8. If their opponent dropped Tyrion or Rag Light Lord, then they're just feeding into the Doomsayer. Or they could, hypothetically drop their own Ragnaros Fire Lord, but take a gamble and lose it for virtually nothing. 8 damage to the face at this stage is not what's important. Being able to secure the board is more important for sure. So Complexity is mulling over how to respond to this Doomsayer. Hero powering feeds into Solemn Vigil, so even doing that might be excessive. They do have responses to the following turn if their opponent plays a threat by playing Anyfin, but how good is their Anyfin right now if they don't toss in their War Leaders? You have to think about that. So if they toss in both their War Leaders, I believe 1 Bluegill has been used on G2 side. That is 6 damage that be coming on the other side. That's pretty weak. They might need to save that Anyfin for later. And they do decide to pass here, which sets up a really powerful turn 8 here for G2. They can choose Tyrion or Ragnaros. Tyrion is a lot more versatile, just in general. It stops a lot of things from being able to collide into it, such as their opponent's Ragnaros. And I think there's a lot of debate for both these here. Let's go ahead and listen into G2 and see what they're debating on turn 8.
Yeah.
Rag into Rag, you mean? Is it a problem?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is it? I mean, we cannot really deal well with Ragnaros ourselves.
What would we do? We would do...
Quality, I guess.
So I guess if they play Peacekeeper, they can also play a 7-drop. But Ragnaros is doing more pressure, you say. But how much more pressure is it? It's 8 damage to the face, so they go to 20. They might go to 12. I would play Tyrion, right?
Yeah, Tyrion is usually better. I was just asking if Rag might be better, but I think Tyrion is
it's a good point. It's a good point. I think Tyrion is also better, but it's really close. It's way closer than...
Yeah. I think that the way they use the first equality, they probably have a second one, so I want to keep the Rag a bit more.
I think they just wanted to draw there. I don't think...
That was a really good deck. We blocked 8 mana, guys.
Yeah. It is the turn to block.
They also got anything.
Yeah, we blocked anything? No. Why?
No, we drew anything, I mean.
Oh, we drew anything, yeah.
Damage on the shield and trades his Tyrion. Then he still has a full Tyrion. No, I would like to Doomsayer.
I like Tyrion Doomsayer. I think it's way
Yeah, I
better.
think I like it as well.
Yeah. Then next turn, say it pops, then next turn we can go War Leader, smack him.
Put your faith.
Something like that.
We get the first Ashbringer swing. We get the first development. We still have heal in the hand. This is very good if it works. If it doesn't work, we just pay Pyro quality. And then develop the Murlocs. This is not too bad of a spot, I think.
The only thing is if he doesn't get rid of his shield and clears the spot somehow.
That's not easy.
That I don't. Is it even possible? He played one blue girl. I don't.
Yeah, it's possible, but it's not easy. Like blue girl.
I don't.
You cannot do Eldar plays here.
Okay.
It is only equality cons that does it.
Yeah, and it's good enough, right? We should just.
Is it because we give him the weapon?
And we keep Tyrion, but with 1 health. But that's cool, I think. Is it?
I'm not sure. I mean, we use 2 cards.
What would you do? I mean, we could also in Consecration attack the Doomsayer. Do you like that? I don't know.
No. So do I quality conk or do I pass?
Yeah, quality conk. Quality conk.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so close.
It's so bad.
It's not that bad.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, sure.
I don't know.
It's really bad, I think. But there was nothing good. Everything was bad.
No, but I don't. I mean, what was your alternate? No, you can. Never mind.
The alternative was to pass.
I mean, we're gonna fall behind on board, and now.
Yeah, but I didn't see anything else. I mean.
No, I didn't see anything else either, besides passing.
Like with this line, if they have nothing, they have to like tank 6 and they lose a weapon charge, and then we get the weapon charge, and then we can Ragnaros and kill them. I can see why Equality Conk is good. I think it's super close.
I mean, I don't exactly get it. If we pass, what happens? I mean, then we have a 6-1 and a 1-1 not on the board.
Yeah, no, it's probably definitely worth it.
And they can kill us.
One, and the other one was what? Equality Consecration or what? Quality Consecration.
Okay, we're doing things.
Guess that's fair, right?
Why did they play the Murlocs first? Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, for the spell. Otherwise
Oh, yeah,
they couldn't.
They have to, yeah.
Kill the war leader.
Yeah.
Ragnaros and try to snipe Finja.
I mean, we are leaving a 10 on the board. We are at 13 life.
I mean, you could always Forbidden Heal for 4. I think it's now a tempo matchup, so you probably just Forbidden Heal for 4. But the question is, do you really want to attack the war leader, or is it written in stone? Because you could bring what to 23, then to 18, and then nah, it doesn't work, right? It's only.
I think we definitely have to trade.
Yeah,
we always lag.
Yeah.
And we don't even want a hero power because of Finja, so we heal.
So do we forbidden healing or do we just...
You don't want to hero power into Finja, it's so bad.
Yeah,
No,
you just.
We play the heal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just let you know.
I
Yeah,
know
it's
it's
good.
like low value, but I think it's fine.
Yeah, I don't like it. I would like to have a little.
Oh, I killed Finja.
Oh, nice.
Big hit there for G2, taking out the Finja with the Rag. Equality would have been a pretty big punish, especially since they would have been able to anything could happen after they summoned the Murlocs, which would have been crazy. Just showing a little bit the power of those card cost reductions in Murloc Powder. Not something you'd think would be too impactful, but ends up working out for Complexity. But both teams now dwindling on resources. Complexity definitely has the advantage here. They're high on health. G2 is not really close to a lethal opportunity, and Complexity is getting pretty close to a lethal themselves with how many Murlocs have died. And they'll be able to play a little bit more this turn. Now the question is for Complexity, do they want to use the resources in removing this Ragnaros? Or do they want to try and wait a little bit? It looks like anything can happen is going to come out. It's just the Finja, the War Leader, and one Bluegill. But regardless, this still sets up a lethal opportunity next turn, even with just the swing from the weapon. If heals comes out, they still have the Finja. And it looks like that's probably a checkmate situation for G2. I don't really see a way out. So it appears as if Complexity is going to win game one. We'll see if G2 could find a creative way out of this, but this just looks like they are dead.
Let the victory is yours.
And they are. Complexity goes into the Murloc Paladin Mirror and takes game one. They lead the series now 1-0. Well played from Complexity. A pretty quick matchup, but we are going to go to a break, guys. When we come back, it's going to be game number 2 between Complexity and G2. Don't go anywhere. More Trinity Series right after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Just a quick update. We're experiencing some audio difficulties on our end. So we thank you, everybody, for your patience, and we're going to work through it as quick as possible. We're going to go to a brief break. We thank you guys for sticking with us. But when we come back, it's going to be G2 versus Complexity. Don't go anywhere, guys. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Trinity Series. We fixed the problem 289 minutes too soon. My name's CJ, and I'm joined by Frodan. We thank you guys for being patient throughout our issues, but everything's fixed. Nothing affected the players. Nothing affected the competition. So we should be jumping back into the series momentarily.
Yep. Always good to be early, TJ. At least according to the schedule. We have a 1-0 lead for Complexity after winning the Uneven Paladin Mirror. Really good job there by Complexity. It felt like they were just utilizing their resources to make G2 really awkward, and I felt like they played flawlessly that game.
Yeah, they will play flawlessly.
Play flawlessly.
Yes,
Anyways,
they will.
Going into game number 2, you can definitely anticipate G2 queuing up the counter of whatever they feel like is really good. So if they feel like Shaman's a good answer, it's a good time to queue it, and they do. So Life Coach is going to pilot what looks like to be a slower variant of Shaman. To
Probably
a certain
Jade.
Degree. Yeah,
like.
Jade Shaman.
Thing from Below has been cut from a lot of the aggro lists for quite some time now. So a little bit too slow of a card. Pretty much, I don't know if it was replaced with Azure Jakes, but mostly just replaced with Jade cards like Aya, Jade Lightnings, things like that. So
yeah, you just don't want to be stuck in a position where you want to make a cheap thing from Below, because that means you hero powered a lot, or you had to have drawn the absolute nuts with like Totem Golems, Flame Tongues, etc.
Yeah.
And Aya gets you to that same point where you're curving out anyways, but she's so hard to remove. Think of like how annoying Pilot Shredder was back in the day, and just amplify that by a few Jade cards too, and you can kind of get the sense of why Aya Blackpaw is really strong.
All right, well, Complexity, a pretty good opening start here. Finja in the opening hand, which means that they'll be able to get those Murlocs rolling pretty quickly. They also have Doomsayer, which is surprisingly effective against mid-range Shamans, because they don't tend to get off to as early of a start. You know, they're less likely to have, you know, that early blowout potential. So we'll see. G2 has a decent curve, but their curve isn't necessarily the curve that you want as the mid-range Shaman.
Yeah, you know, I don't really see too much merit in setting up the Jade Claws. I guess I guess you could just set up J Claws in anticipation for the hero power the following turn because you don't necessarily want to play Brand on an empty board either. So this is actually a pretty interesting debate here. Do you think setting up J Claws is good, or do you like just hero powering and building up the totems?
I kind of like just hero powering, to be honest, because that also means that you have more options to play next turn on something that you pick up off the top. I mean, I guess there's not really many 3-drops that you want to play, maybe Feral Spirits, but it just gives you those options. And who knows, maybe they do play Bran on an empty board next turn if they pick up like a Jade Spirit or something along those lines. But let's go and listen into Complexity and see what they're deducing from this turn 1 hero power.
I guess we can just wall it on 3 if we Doomsday now, and then coin Finja.
But isn't the Finja stronger? Actually, the Finja is very strong if you wall leader after we coin, right?
Yeah.
This is very hard. I think this is one of the key turns. I think we should really. This is very important this turn.
They didn't have turn 1, 2, and they kept the card, so it's most likely mana tied.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's say we play hero power here. They played a mana tide. We played Doomsayer. How do we answer a Doomsayer? Probably a Hex, right? And we have Consecration.
If they Hex, we are so happy, dude.
Yeah, we have Consecration, which allows us to play a bit more greedy, right? Because we have a board removal already. I think you just hero power.
Yeah, I like it. Usually the concern is if they don't give us a target for Finja. Like if we Doomsayer next, we get the first minion, right?
Yeah, and now we play a Doomsayer.
Yeah.
Definitely. Oh.
Huh.
Wait.
Yeah.
Whew, super interesting. And I think actually this is maybe better.
Let me think.
It's a lot of things. It's Jade Claws.
Yeah, if they have Jade, it's so annoying to deal with. Like, I think I want to kill Bran.
I like the Trucifer also.
I like Trucifer as well. No, I like Trucifer as well because they're just gonna play some Jade stuff.
Oh,
Let me think.
I like it.
do we hit into Healing Totem to play around Flinter?
No.
Yes.
No, it's not a play for them, right?
You don't think so? Yeah, okay.
They
it's
could,
actually
like, hero
That's
power
never their
Flinter.
play.
Move quickly.
I like coin Trucifer, go face of the Recruit.
And they have also Pinja. There's no way that they think about it that long. I mean, whatever, but
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they should. I'm pretty sure they also have True Silver.
Hero power Flame Tongue.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's do that.
I like it actually.
Well, both teams off to a pretty slow start here for this game. The True Silver champion comes down, and Life Coach already spotting out. They probably have Finja. They wouldn't have thought about it that long unless they were thinking of maybe saving the coin for a Finja play.
Yeah, G2 seems to be pretty dialed into here on at least in what Complexity has, but Complexity also considering a lot of possibilities. You heard, should I attack into the Healing Tome to play around Flame Tongue Totem, and then G2 drew it. So it's funny how it works that way when these guys are playing around cards that they may or may not have and ends up being the top deck.
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually very curious if G2 felt optimistic about Brand being played on an empty board, because most of the time Paladin does have options like True Silver Champion to remove it. So it felt like it was an optimistic thing, and Brand Bronzebeard seems to be pretty crucial for the strategy, but I guess the upside of having it not being answered was super high. And right now, this has to be a clear setup for Finja. I wonder how G2 is going to respond to it.
Yeah, this is not really something you can afford to hex, especially with so many important minions in the deck. Hexing Murlocs or hexing a Tyrion, much more crucial than hexing say a Doomsayer. So Probably not going to see much development there, but let's go and listen into G2 and hear from their thoughts.
No. Hex is just too expensive.
Yeah, then it has to be Jade Claws. Then on 6 we have the Acid Drake at least, I guess.
Yeah.
Against Finja we cannot do anything anyway now.
And it's guaranteed the claws, yeah.
Yeah, I
or
think
what
it's
do you
close to
like?
the power.
You're thinking of Acid Drake or what?
No. It's we can. Is it like okay? Interesting.
We don't have to attack. I mean, we just use our mana better, and we just totem because we have 5 minions on board.
Yeah, okay. What I'm saying is we could have also just not done anything. That's what.
Yeah, but isn't this like a perfect turn to play Jade Claws?
Yeah, it's one of the best time to do it, I think. It will still be like 1 month, the vigil.
The claws. So we pay 1 mana to what? To equip.
Oh my god! Holy shit! What a turn!
Yeah.
Draw to end Finja.
Probably Drake pass. And hope that they don't have. They probably will have a way to kill it.
Guys, can we focus a little bit, because I mean guys.
Yeah, what do you want to do? What I mean?
Yeah, we played it correctly. We for sure
like,
played it correctly.
This is the way that anything Paladin beats this deck. Like this deck is not that great against anything Paladin.
No, but what I'm saying is if you don't equip the claws and don't produce anything, they cannot do Solemn Vigil for 0 then. They have to pay 1 mana.
We'll do it for 1.
I don't even say what we... What did we save? So we get a 2/2 weapon. Okay,
We
whatever.
used our mana at least.
So we basically used 2 mana? I don't know.
Yeah,
So,
I still like it actually.
so we... okay.
I mean, it was already 1 mana anyway.
Yeah, what that again means is like they cannot Finja and Soul and Vigil, but I still think that we lose anyways if they Finja next turn.
One leader now? Whoa! See, double lightning storm.
Nothing.
Like no speed tracks, right?
Guys, they need to concede. That's the only button.
Yeah. Bottom right, yo.
I mean, what the fuck?
Wow. Complexity off to an incredible start. G2 has a Hex, which can be really valuable because they can just take off one of the Murlocs permanently out of the pool. And also by hexing a Royalty there, they severely reduce the damage done by the rest of this board. But Complexity still, this is forcing that reaction out of G2, and it's going to be tough for them to deal with this full board.
Yeah, I think one of the questions that Tice was saying prior to, or in the middle of this game, was that he's not sure if this deck is even necessarily favored against anything Paladin, and they were questioning why they even picked it. And it feels like it's starting to become more of a reality. You know, if Jade Shaman fights for the board so much, why would you want to try and play it like this, where you're trying to fight so anxiously for the board? It feels like you're fighting a losing battle.
Yeah. This little clear here is going to give them some breathing room. They're going to clear off everything off the board except the Finja and the Aldar Peacekeeper. But Finja's going to pull the last Murloc out of the deck, which is going to be the Bluegill. And they can trade it in right away to make sure that they keep that Murloc in the pool.
Yeah, this is devastating. They have an ability to get an extremely cheap Silent Visual this turn. And they have anything can happen already for turn 10, setting up into Ragnaros. They have board clears. They have setups with Doomsayer. Things are looking really good again for Complexity, and Anything Paladin looks in prime position to win 2 games in a row, taking out the most powerful class away from G2.
Yeah. And you know what we're doing here, Dan? We're thinning the deck.
Thinning the deck.
That deck,
Thinning, win conditions, board tension.
that deck looks so thin.
All right, well, I like Doomsayer set up into turn 8.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get their Tyrion or their Rag online. Both so good, and they've already seen a Hex. And there's not going to be development this turn. This is bad news bears for G2.
I would consider cycling a Mana Tide Totem to just improve your hand, perhaps.
Yeah. But, well, I mean, their hand is not that bad, I suppose.
Yeah, you're right. It's not the worst, but it does feel like it's more important to try to get a better hand to respond to threats, because it's very clear your opponent's setting it for turn 8, and Mana Tide Totem's not going to do anything. It's Ragnaros or Tyrion.
Yeah. I'm surprised Complexity didn't talk about what 8-drop they wanted to. Okay, I guess they did. I was going to say, you don't want to really give them the information that you have 2, so you want to make sure that you think of what strap you want to use beforehand. And no hacks, no way to deal with this Rag. This guy's living another turn.
Yeah, G2 has to go wide to the board, but then your opponent just equality consecrates, and then you're dead. The best response here from G2, what can they do? They can play Flame Tongue, South Sea. That's only 4 damage. Oh, man.
They're going to have to go a little bit wide. Probably Jade Spirit and Jinyu Water Speaker.
Yeah.
Or as...
maybe even the deckhand.
As Luminati likes to call it, Heal Man.
Yeah, you set up 4 minions. Jade Spirit's a 2/2, I believe. Oh, sorry, it's a 2/3. It summons a 2/2. Then you have 4 minions on the board. 2 are weak to consecration. It's tough, but I like setting up at least 3 minions this turn.
Yeah, you sort of need to try and get Flame Tongue value next turn. 2/2 Jades at this stage too, so this is not looking good.
Yeah, Jades as the game gets longer is not even that. It's not even like irrelevant against the Ragnaros. Sometimes when it's like they're 9/9s and stuff, Ragnaros can't kill it just even if they shoot them.
Yeah.
But now G2's in big trouble.
Yeah, we'll see how Complexity is planning on closing out this game. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Tyrion would just be like a way to give him a chance to win, right? Somehow get
Like the rank also it says like
exactly. It's just so much pressure and damage.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Just totally.
Deal 1 damage. Like it's not. It's not simple at all to kill Rag for him here.
Spirit is the play I see.
Yeah, we're theoretically not dead. Well, they probably have anything. But yeah, we should do this.
It's like it's okay. And maybe there is some way we can make the Jades.
So nothing or what? Like this?
You don't like deckhand and trade? You prefer pass?
Yeah.
Maybe it's better to pass here. I can see it.
yeah.
Alright, nice one, boys.
Yeah. They're getting these problem decks out of the way. I mean,
Yeah, actually Shaman would have been annoying to deal with right later on maybe.
guys, it's not a problem. You're getting rid of these decks very quickly.
I will go to the toilet real quick.
You do that, Mr. Yagut. You go do you.
He will.
He will.
In the bathroom.
Well, Complexity takes a 2-0 lead in the series over G2, and Murloc Paladin is kind of funny because G2 has had a lot of success with Murloc Paladin.
Yeah, Tice has been able to get a lot of Paladin wins. Not really the case here this week. Already started off, and G2's not been able to take down the Paladin so far. And Paladin was supposed to be the weakest deck for Complexity on paper, and they're just getting wins with it. The huge power boost for the rest of the series, because now they are in good position to counterpick all the way through. It's not over yet. I mean, we've seen teams start off with 2-0 lead and just still drop the series. But it's looking grimmer and grimmer for G2 if they're dropping yet another game. What they're going to choose to do, and you have to kind of wonder why pick the mid-range Jade Shaman, which is so board-centric against a deck that tends to be able to answer it very fast and pressure the Shaman right back. Although I don't think Jade's is necessarily a bad choice against the Anyfin Paladin. Jade Druid, for example, I actually really like that against the Paladin. We've tested it ourselves in some of the practice groups, and it felt like even though Anyfin should hypothetically be able to combo a Jade Druid out. That's not always the way it works. If Jade Druid ramps really fast,
Yeah.
and they start hitting their Jade Spirits, Jade Behemoths, and Jade Idols, it starts getting out of control really quickly.
Yeah, it really does. And we'll see if that matchup comes out here if G2 feels confidently. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Paladin wins here for some of these teams. And this is really interesting. These two teams are the teams that have had the most success with Paladin so far. G2 still has a slight lead with it, but Complexity closing in on their heels with total Paladin wins. That's such an interesting statistic to me, considering these guys are the team that opens with Paladin every week, and it seems like they take wins with it every week.
Yeah, well, G2 is largely carried in that statistic by that one sweep that they had. Granted that it was a very good accomplishment and something that we probably won't see for a long time in the rest of the Trinity Series. But you look at the other team's lack of Paladin wins, that tells more of the normal story that we see Paladin have.
Yeah.
Tempo Storm, Luminosity, and Virtus Pro, they don't have a single Paladin win. And a lot of times it's because Tempo Storm, for example, bans their own Paladin.
A lot of time,
They bring Hunter instead.
I think 3 out of the 5 weeks now they've excluded their Paladin. So we'll see if that's the case today also. But still an interesting statistic nonetheless that these two teams that are playing right now are the two teams that have had the most success with the deck. And they're the teams that have been opening with it. So a little bit of a correlation there. And they were also the teams that started off so well in the Trinity Series, because maybe they were the team that found the good strategy first, which may not necessarily be good anymore.
We'll see. We'll see.
But yeah, we'll have to see. And now G2, it's up to them to find out what deck they want to play against the Paladin. Will it be the Druid, as you talked about, the Jade Druid potentially? Will it be Dragon Priest, which we've seen have a little bit of success against Paladin? There's a lot of options here for them, but none of them are fantastic. All of them seem just okay.
Yeah, well, I don't mind Jade Druid. I don't mind anything that involves kind of pressuring the board and making sure anything Paladin can't answer at the right time. The thing about the anything Paladin is that if you give it enough time, it can answer anything, or anything. But you don't really give it that opportunity if you're able to get out to the board fast. That's why Aggro Shaman's very powerful. That's why Pirate Warrior is good against it. It just can't stop the damage enough. It can't use Forbidden Healing and Clear usually at the same turn. It can't. It has to have specifically Pyromancer and Equality in order to stop those early game pressure. And it looks like G2's finally kind of picked up the pieces here. It looks like they're going to go with the good old Druid and Tice combination here. Jade Druid is, I think, a fantastic choice here. Jade Blossom in the opening hand already spells something really good for G2's future. So let's see if they're able to pilot this to success.
Yeah, all right. Let's listen in to G2 as they discuss these mulligans.
And as a Drake.
Okay. I see. So you definitely want to what? Innovate the Blossom? Or not?
Coin Blossom into 5-drop, I'm not sure how.
You can also innervate coin Nourish and ramp, and then Blossom and ramp, and then the other Drake.
This matchup. You need it for draw, I think.
You cannot innovate coin Nourish. I would keep the Blossom. I would keep Innovate. I would probably mulling the As You Drake away, right?
And Nourish you like to keep?
I don't
know. I want to.
Yeah, give it away. We are greedy. You can just mulling it. You want the 4-drop, right? Yeah. On the cheaper drop.
Double Blossom and Elephant. So if we innervate one, we play one on.
Innovate.
I can innervate the first Blossom, then I curve into Blossom, and then I coin the green Elephant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's insane.
Sounds pretty good, right?
Sounds pretty insane.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, just heal farm.
Yeah.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, sure.
So we always make the trade to play around Vigil, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we never coin the Jade Idol, you're right?
No.
No, right?
You definitely want to play the Elephant next turn.
It also
And then
blocks
you
the
can
Acolyte here. It also blocks the Acolyte. It's actually really good.
Yeah, it's super good. And then you can basically go Nourish into Jade Idol. It's really insane. I think we can even out tempo Finch. We just out tempo Finch, you guys. No, seriously, we just.
Pretty insane start from G2. Able to get ramp, Jade ramp, and big Jade stuff.
Yeah, they'll be able to answer pretty much anything from Complexity by just putting pressure onto the board. They coin out the Jade Behemoth right now, and that Acolyte needs to have support from a Elder Peacekeeper in order to shut it down. And the power of the early game ran from Druid is that they're getting so far ahead of Paladin in terms of mana crystal usage that Paladin doesn't have enough of the they won't be able to hit enough their late game to keep up with G2, especially because G2 has Nourish now. Nourish is like the really key engine to this entire hand, because yeah, sure, you could always ramp up for tempo, but what happens if Paladin deals with the first wave of threats? Then you're stuck with reactive cards in the hand. Nourish is that really key component that brings it all together.
They even have the Jade Idol to follow up on the Nourish turn, so they go Nourish, Jade Idol, to not only draw those 3 cards, but also to build up a 4/4, 1 mana 4/4. So their pressure is going to be insane, as Complexity is only on 4 mana. Next turn they're only going to have 5 mana. They don't even have enough mana to quality Consecration, even if they did, just want to clear off the board this turn. I guess on turn 6 they have a quality Consecration Solemn Vigil. But until that happens, they're going to be hurting. Looks like Equality is going to come out right now. And it's going to come alongside the Doomsayer. I guess they're hoping to get Solemn Vigil value going into the next turn, so that way they can try and come back into this game.
Yeah, I like this. I like this from Complexity. You feel like you're naturally tempted to use a quality Consecration, maybe save for the Solemn Visual, but by doing this, you force your opponent off the curve. Normally, this is a turn where G2 wants to do stuff, but by disrupting with Doomsayer, they're forcing them off their game.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's go and listen into G2 and see how they're planning to play around this Doomsayer.
We follow it up by Aya and then we Nourish.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Seems like they have a...
Oh.
Don't be too
Just
happy.
Finja, right? It's just Finja.
It has to be Finja.
Yeah. they run a war, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they are also under pressure.
Yeah.
Our girl's best friend.
It's good that we ramped up so fast.
Yeah, we had the double blossom was so good, holy.
I don't even know what they do if they don't have another equality here. I mean, what are they supposed to do?
If they consecrate, trade, they get Murloc.
It's fine because we have mana advantage.
I guess Pyro consecrate is actually annoying.
Let's
It's
see.
very hard for them to have that.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for them to have anything, I feel. But, yeah.
It's also not...
Well then, it is turn 6, and there is already a 5/5 Jade on the board as well as an Aya, and G2 has reload potential. Even with Finja on the board, I don't see a way that Complexity can cleanly clear this board and put themselves in a good position going into the following turn.
Well, they can definitely activate Finja's ability right now. So if they clear using Finja, they can remove pretty much everything except Aya. Because Finja will trade for the minions, and the Booga will come out. They can also play Solemn Vigil for free. That might be useful. And I assume they're going to use the Doomsayer, because they're going to have 2 mana remaining here. Looks like that's the best of their options.
The end is coming!
Not a bad turn at all from Complexity. G2, though, maybe they just keep on the pain train. They nourish for cards, and maybe they let Aya just drop a 6/6 as she dies.
Yeah, push
And-
5 damage to the face.
Yeah, or maybe 6 with hero power, setting themselves up for potential lethal if they pick up more direct damage.
Well, Feral Rage is direct damage. So I can put him down to 7. And they'll get a 6/6 on the board. And I mean, they just have good follow-up regardless. I mean, they have Jade Spirit, Jade Behemoth. After this turn, the Jades will already be at 7/7 and 8/8. So they're still in a great spot, even with complexity. Being able to stifle some of the pressure with that Finja and the Consecration. Maybe they can stabilize long enough. We'll have to see, but one thing's for certain is they're already down an equality as well as an equality activator. So they're going to need a lot of help to be able to stabilize from 7 health.
Yeah, Complexity picks up Ragnar's Light Lord. Not a good card for this turn here. They have a few other options at their disposal. Let's listen in to see what they're thinking.
I like it as well. Come on, Patches.
Where's my patches?
Why did you draw Patches?
How good is Fandral Nourish?
Not so good here, I think. It can be good if we get wrapped though. How is just going Green Elephant with Feral Rage here?
Feral Rage, why? For what?
To kill the Wicker Flame.
Pensive.
It's either that or Fandral Nourish, I think.
Like the Green Elephant is really good here. We summon a 7/7.
Yeah, okay, play the Green Elephant, whatever, yeah.
Yeah, I think it really. I mean, I really don't mind. Like, we don't need the defensive mechanic of Feral Rage, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then attack with 1/6.
Just that.
Yeah,
They
it's
still
not-
threaten lethal.
yeah, we just need the pressure that they cannot play like I don't know a rack here, I guess.
Yeah, I'm really curious about the things that they would have needed. I mean, whatever. On the other hand, I don't think that they would have been able to play True Silver. I mean, if they played True Silver, I mean, maybe they don't even have True Silver. If they don't have True Silver, they can also just not play it. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe would have forced the Healing Glide, but the Healing Glide, whatever, like an ancestor.
Oh, you mean with Feral Rage the face? That's what you mean about or what?
Whatever. It's.
It was really random. I mean, it's.
Don't you think we have to rack here?
I think we have to rack.
Yeah, I think we have to rack.
So now I'm not sure about Fender or Nourish. Or Nourish.
14,
Like we get 3 mana, so if we get like Mulch or Ref, is it even good, Ref?
15 against 14 we have. And you want to Fenrir and Nourish, yeah?
Nah, I'm not sure.
And what is the other play? It would be Jade Spirit Sorcerer, and maybe we overexpanded the quality or what?
Nah, but I don't. Yeah.
Then we also have to kill the rack.
We can also Fendrel Jade Spirit Hero Power, kill the 1/2, kill the 3/3, 7.
I like Emperor Jade Spirit and kill the rug, kill the 3/3. What do you guys think?
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
Gives us a really nice board state. And what can they do to it?
We trade everything, right?
Yeah. And now they cannot really do that much.
Yeah.
And we have Fandral Nourish.
Yeah, it's good. It's good, yeah. No, you're.
No.
Man, so much debate going back and forth within G2 here, and I like it. You know, normally teams just feel like they maybe paired each other. In a lot of ways, it's not that it's a bad thing, but I feel like Complexity is doing this. It's like, oh, I think this. Oh, I think that too. And then the person's like, yeah, I think that too. And you need to have sometimes diversified opinions to make sure you're keeping each other in check.
Yeah. That's what GG's been great about coming to a conclusion. They usually have two people in the main discussion and then one person as the guy who's just sort of observing and providing input when prompted or when needed. But Complexity has the potential here for a swing. They can. This is all of their Murlocs. All of their Murlocs have died or are on the board at the moment, and they're not dead yet. Fangel Nurse can change that. They have 7 damage, so 6 off. So just a swipe with this Nourish would be enough. Let's go listen to G2, see if they can find a way to finish off the game.
I don't know.
7, we have 11 damage. We have 12 damage.
Yeah, let's do Blood Mage and swipe. I mean, what
Can we
else?
do that?
What do you? Oh wait, what would you do?
Maybe Cycle Wild Growth, maybe Hero Powered with...
Don't you want to cycle the Wild Cross with the Auctioneer?
That's true, that's true. I was thinking of getting like Rev or something.
What to do?
I think
Oh,
Blood
that's
Mage.
true. Yeah, Blood Knight Talents is good. Shall be good.
Yeah, we just win with Blood Mage swipe.
And we
I mean,
swipe
if
the
you
Bar Leader,
want,
right?
wait, if you want, you can even.
Time waits for no one.
I mean, if you swipe the face, we deal 1 more damage and we sacrifice the spirit. I don't think it's worth it. We just
No.
swipe.
Yeah,
You
swipe
just
the
swipe.
Yeah, I like it too.
Mm-hmm. If they anything, they lose. They don't have lethal.
They cannot, they can... Do they?
No, they're dead to Rag, I think. Ah, they're not dead 100%.
They have Finya too, I mean...
So they use the Blue Gears to kill Emperor and they kill Fandral. And they're dead to like almost any damage. But we only have 1 more swipe left.
Giving him an like Thanos is never lethal with the. I mean, the spell is always lethal, right? So we need him to not draw the spell anyways.
Yeah.
Do we ever hit face? I guess not.
Oh, I don't think so.
Ah, not fun.
4.
Even
Okay,
more.
we go Auctioneer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I go fast now.
Yeah, go fast. Wild Cross. Yeah, Innovate.
Another Wild Growth.
Yeah,
I
even
don't mind it, right?
Do the Wild Cross. Yeah, do the Wild Cross. I mean, actually, do the Innovate first, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, cool.
Oh my god. Swipe!
No, it's perfect. You just shade either.
There we have him!
Of course, you can draw your entire deck.
Like, come, Swipe, where are you? Ooh, wow,
I mean,
that went way closer at the end, man. I didn't expect it to become that close.
No, you could have even sacrificed a Blood Mage. What do you mean?
Yeah, but if it was like bottom 3 cards and they had second anything.
We had the bottom 3, so it's like if it would have been one of the last 2, I think, but whatever.
I agree with Tyus. That was a lot closer than I expected it to be after that incredible start. Ramp after ramp, Jade after Jade, and then Complexity still gave themselves a small chance to maybe win with the anything at the end. So almost do it, but G2 takes a win.
Yeah, you know, Jade Druid, we're kind of mentioning how it can be pretty strong against Paladin because of all the pressure that it puts out. That early game ramp, the double Jade Blossom, was really what's MVP there, and G2 gets a much-needed victory. If this Jade Druid also went down, they'd be in troubled waters, to say the least. Remember, the winner of this series is in a prime position to go to playoffs, to be 4-2, at least guaranteed that much record and more. And if other teams are losing out, you know, if there's 4 teams or less that have 3 and 4 records, they'd be already advancing.
They would have also guaranteed a loss on one of their opponents that was close to them in the standings.
It's true.
Since both these guys are tied right now, and both these guys are first and second place as far as game score goes with the players that are tied at 3-2, or the teams that are tied at 3-2. So definitely a big match. Complexity now has to find a way to beat this Druid. It's probably between the Shaman and the Priest as far as matchups go, and we've seen teams try and hold on to the Shaman as far as possible. I'd imagine it's going to be the Priest if I had to take a guess, because that just seems to be, again, these teams are very predictable, especially with their matchup cues.
Well, I mean, maybe. The Shaman into the anything was a little bit unpredictable, but outside of that, I would tend to agree. I think this is a pretty obvious choice from a lot of people if you're looking at the matchups. So then queuing into Druid, you have a lot of ways to be aggressive back. I'm pretty sure Complexity might be playing their own aggro Shaman.
Yeah.
And Shaman's been pretty good when it's given a chance to shine. I know prior to last week of me joining that Shaman's actually been doing pretty badly in terms of the win rate. It's been winning 33%, but then last week it just went back to normal.
Yeah, last week it was a pretty good showing for Shaman. And we'll see if that's the case this week, and we'll see if Complexity is going to queue it up. Still choosing a deck at the moment, I believe. And so that means we'll be jumping into the match momentarily. It's still something to think about. Maybe they even have a different type of mage, but again, predictability. Complexity probably has the Reno mage again, like they've been bringing every single week. So they value that prep, and they value that consistency. You know, for them, it's not being predictable; it's being consistent.
Yeah, well, Tempo Mage definitely has its own explosiveness. Reno anything in general is like pretty just inconsistent on the draw. That's part of what makes Reno decks the way they are, is that some of those powers and effects are so crazy strong, but then if all the other cards that you have to do to dilute your deck in order to meet its conditions make your deck weaker. So I do feel like if there's room for innovation, we might see some aggressive decks like Tempo Mage, but we'll hold on to that because it looks like we're going to go into Shaman versus Druid. This is a matchup we sort of expected if Complexity had brought the aggro Shaman. And with Saucy in the hand, it's looking like that's the case, although it's not guaranteed. We've seen some mid-range Shamans play that card as well.
Yeah, definitely have. Saw it earlier, in fact. Midrange doesn't have as great of a matchup against the Druid. Not even close, actually. So we'll have to see, but Jade Idol turn 1 means that they're going to get the Jade Ram going, but that's not a good hand from G2.
Yeah, that has to be pretty annoying. If you go for the Spirit Claws, it'll be pretty important to get the board control, because if the thing about the Jade Druid is that it needs to get the early game board, otherwise it's just going to be like in a position where you can't really fight back because the Shaman's able to leverage all of its spells against you. It utilizes like Jade Lightning to remove and then push damage. So if Jade Druid can stabilize in the early game against anything then that the Shaman throws out, then it's going to be in a dominant position for the mid stage of the game.
Yeah, and a Wild Growth picked up for G2 means that they're going to get closer to those draws, but this is not the best of hands, and Complexity is running the mid-range, as we can see with the 4-mana Heal Man. As we've heard some of these teams like to call it.
When you say all your inside memes with all these other teams and stuff, TJ, it's
not inside. They've been saying it all the whole tournament long on Trinity Series.
Okay, well, you and your cool kids using all your cool slang and terms.
4-mana Heal Man. 5-mana Spell Power Draw Man. 8-mana Fire Man. Well, let's go and listen into the 3-man Complexity team man.
It's fine. If I play Drake here, we just Jade Lightning. Jade Lightning, and I think now you also start attacking with the weapon.
Yeah. Agreed.
Because he might play the BM off next turn, so you go Drake, Coin, Spirit Claws.
Yep.
So our Jade counter is already bigger. Not too bad. And they use both Wraths, which are pretty insane.
Just play Fenrir and Shapeshift, or what?
It's better than as a Drake.
Yeah,
Of range.
You like Fandral too?
yeah, let's go.
No, then they cannot really. Yeah, they don't kill it on board. I like it.
If it survives, we have a way to really win.
Yeah, but I mean, at least they cannot play as a Drake or Jade cards that easy here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, yeah. So they cannot just, I mean, I guess their plan is to coin out Aya. And in this case, we just block coining out Aya, which is pretty cool.
They block also Spirit. We all Jade Spirit. We block Ezra Drake. We block all the Jade cards.
With class mod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's never.
Yeah, it's probably better.
Yeah.
It's all about tempo. The mana type, I think, is too slow.
Yeah, I agree.
And we have double Drake in the hand. Yeah, very good. I think this was fine so far. Step we took here.
I think a second problem with the mana tide line is if they develop, because they use both rats, we don't have the punt. Like,
Yeah, we can't
can't
even
fix
answer
the
an Ancient of War like that, guys.
Yeah, the spell power on the board is pretty insane, right?
yeah, 100% agree. And we have double Drake. It's not like this mana tide needs to come down now to give us cards. We might not even need to drop the mana tide for a long time.
Yeah. Agree. Yeah.
All right, so, we found out that this is a mid-range Jade Shaman as well, which does line up a lot better against other decks such as Reno Mage and Reno Warlock. However, it's given time for the Druid to set up here. And the mid-range Jade Shaman does tend to have a pretty good matchup against Jade Druid because you can capitalize on tempo. But prior to this turn, it feels like Jade Druid hasn't been under that much pressure. This is starting to get to that point, though. Like, G2 is looking pretty good, but now it's starting to get to the point where you're really scared to develop because anything Shaman can do, they can add to their board and start snowballing damage against you.
Yeah, if you play just one big minion, you're worried about getting blown out by Hex. If you go wide on the board, you're worried to get blown out by AoE, whether it be Lightning Storm, Second Maelstrom Portal, especially when your Jades are small. At Complexity, even though Jades are close, Complexity has a slight lead. So they have initiative on the board, which means that they're the ones who dictate the trades and are able to play proactively. So even though G2's hand right now looks like it's packing a pretty big punch, I don't know, Complexity, as long as they pick up some more Jade cards, some decent draws with the crazy amount of cycles they have in their hand, they should be okay.
Yeah, the cards that I think will be really powerful, on top of things like Azure Drake, are things like the double mana tide totem. How does G2 deal with something like that if Complexity starts drawing 2 cards per turn or 3 cards per turn?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Because from the looks of it, they're going to be able to clear both and play both. Maybe it's a little bit too greedy to play both, but it feels like a good way to really punish your opponent and force them to be reactive as Druid. Because Mana Tide Totems are enough health where Druid can't officially remove them all in one spell. Not without some help with additional spell power, for example.
Yeah, Complexity can kill this Aya with the Spirit Claws and then go for like a little bit of an in-between with the Jinyu Water Speaker and a Mana Tide Totem.
Yeah, heal one of their minions, for example, like the Azure Drake back to 4 health.
Yeah.
That seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah. I guess they're not worried about health right now. If they trade into Aya, they go down to 17, which isn't that low. And Druid's not going to burst you down. They're gonna kill you by taking board and then bursting you down. And so as long as you protect your board, it's essentially protecting your health. But let's go ahead and listen into G2 and see how they're going to deal with this tough board.
Okay.
Yeah, do you want to beam Drake into Innovate Behemoth, or what do you want to do?
I was thinking Auctioneer is not the play here.
I don't think so.
I like Drake, and if we draw swipe, we can innervate Hero Power and clear most of the board. And if we don't, we just innervate Behemoth.
I mean, it's never the Nourish, right?
They have no AoE, so that's good.
Is it ever the Nourish?
No, never. Never Nourish, I think.
Okay, then play as your Dragon to Innovate Behemoth. And if you draw a swipe, you can reevaluate. If you draw Wrath, you can
Never
reevaluate.
Innovate. Do we Hero Power Innovate? The
Probably.
Whoa, no.
You don't like to?
No, you have Auctioneer, you can never do that.
Why? We can just rack Hero Power or something next turn. I'm not planning on Auctioneering.
You don't? So you want to Innovate Shapeshift this 3-1? Yeah, okay, sure.
You make it more awkward for them.
I think I like it, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like it too.
We don't have swipe, we know that now. You know how important it is, guys, right?
So we probably Flame Tongue?
Flame Tongue.
Yeah, but what do we do with it?
I think if Flame Tongue hit the Zodric into 3/6, trade 3/6 into a Zodric,
And then?
and then maybe Jinjo or Zodric.
What will we do, Jinju? Yeah, play the
We
Flame
try.
Tongue, trade it, do the both trades, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can also opt in on doing mana tight hero power, right? But is that probably not too good, right? Can also
I like
just Jinju the. I like Jinjuing the dragon. Yeah. On the left, yeah.
Yeah.
No swipe is not that good.
Is Rag good here?
Yeah.
Or is like, or we can also like nourish and in worst case Jade Spirit. So
The Reg is doing not much here, right? Or is he? No, probably not.
I don't
would
like
do
Reg.
Nourish. No, do Nourish is fine.
you like it also, yeah?
Yeah, Nourish has to be better than Reg. Reg can still simply become hexed, and then we cry.
That's really bad.
No, Jade Spirit, I guess. Jade Spirit, trade the Flame Tongue.
Yeah. Okay.
That's okay. Swipe was not too good here. I mean, if we get Swipe next turn, it can be way better.
Yeah.
G2 seems a little bit out of sorts today. They seem to be second guessing a lot of their plays and not being able to come to, you know, as decisive of plays as they have been in past weeks. Yeah, I've heard them a lot of times say today, like, this play isn't good here. Is it?
I've heard them say, yeah, whatever, a lot more.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, legendary.
Wow, give me a giant sea bass. Yeah. It just, it does seem to feel like they're very dismissive of whatever reasoning. They just say, this is the play I like, and they say, okay.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times the first 30, 40, 50 seconds of the turn are usually outlined on what you want to do. And then you kind of debate the merits of it. And they realize they're out of time, so you just got to do it.
Yeah.
However, I will say that it feels like complexity is the one just really driving it, because it's not even that G2 is making bad plays. I don't think they're making bad plays at all. I just think complexity is really utilizing their hand in a they're playing the matchups really well. That they're just making sure that they know what turns make their opponents feel awkward and have to use suboptimal responses. And they're really good at pushing the tempo when needed. They're really good at going for the win when they really need to as well. So it just feels like G2 is getting outmaneuvered by complexity at the moment. And a lot has to do with the fact that complexity is just playing their cards correctly.
Yeah, and G2 does have some ways to stifle this pressure and build up a board of their own, but now it's down to whether or not they can withstand the pressure. This is actually going to be a pretty big turn for them. They're going to be able to remove much of the board, but can they survive? That's going to be the question. There'll still be at least 7 power remaining on board, depending on how they do these trades, and they're only at 12 health.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to remove a maximum of 8 power, which means 7 power remains. I guess a Jade Lightning would end it.
It would.
Jade Lightning, what about like Jade Claws? Would that be enough? Probably not.
Don't think so. But now that they haven't picked up the kill, can they stabilize enough? They can. The most power they can develop here, I think, would be Jade Chieftain into Thing from Below, which would be 3 5/5s. They could trade into the 5/1, develop 3 5/5s, and then potentially just go all face, which would put 6 damage, leave 3 minions on the board to trade into 3 5/5s, which would make it a little bit awkward. And it looks like that is going to be the play. I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to make trades here. like a trade into the 2/3 to make it a little bit more awkward and protect those three attack minions. But it's starting to get a little bit scary now for Complexity. Because if the board is able to be cleared next turn, if they lose a board, they don't really have much in the ways of closing out the game with burst. So
Yeah.
let's go now and listen to G2 and see if they're going to be able to pick up something to help them with this board.
There is no rack shot, right? No, we don't have a rack shot.
What
So
do you
then
mean?
we have. I was thinking if there's any way we could kill the board to make a rack happen that we could
You
kill
can
them.
kill the towns and kill one of the genius, and you have a 1 out of 4 rock to heal to hit a 5/5.
Yeah.
Is it better than Nourish than, let's say, we get Feral Rage or Mulch?
What do you want to nourish into?
You
Feral
already
Rage
used
and
mulch.
Mulch.
You already used mulch, so
Yeah,
it's
but
only
we have
fair.
another one.
And you think that's better? No, if we nourish, we don't have enough mana for that. Correct?
For one.
Yeah, okay, then nourish. Yeah, it's okay. The other one is.
Is it better? Is it more than 25%? I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't even think we have 25%. I don't think it gives us 25. They still hack or do whatever.
Yeah,
Wild Grove, Swipe, Feral Rage.
yeah, you attack and you need to use the swipe, right? Right.
I have to defend here.
Yeah, okay.
I cycle the Wild Grove.
Cycle, yeah.
Yeah, I did.
But don't play it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there was no.
Let's think here. If our rage is gone, we can tank the 6. Swipe maybe a thing. It's interesting. So now we have 10 damage. Play the Drake first.
Yeah.
Flame Tongue is lethal. It's not lethal yet. We get a 6/6 on board. I think you also hero power first, or how is it? Let me think.
You don't think we hex here? I think we should hex. Or maybe, nah, it's maybe not worth.
I wonder.
We could hex.
Play the Jade Claws first. Play Jade Claws. Trade the 3/4 into the 7/2. Yeah, like this. You go face with the 5/5. Go face with the claws and hex it. And play it. Yeah. So like
Yes,
this,
that's good.
if they play Buccaneer Swipe, they also die. Right?
But
Yeah. I don't
It's
want
very
to.
close.
I was thinking about killing the 6th one with the weapon, but if they have spell power double swipe with the Thalnos, we cry. And I don't want this to happen because I think we are far ahead.
Is there anything we can get, like if we get Telnos, can that improve our play?
Yeah, we should do it anyways. This game don't prolong that long.
Yeah,
We just,
I wanna.
like, yeah.
Probably Munch Swipe Jade Blossom, right? Is the only thing.
Yeah, it's the only thing.
The rest we die, right?
Yeah, the rest we die. I mean, we probably die anyways. But yeah, sure, let's go.
No, we don't die. We don't.
Yeah, right. I think we. Is it like 100% to die? I'm not even sure.
I mean, I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, it's hard though.
Play it sometimes. Oh,
yeah.
oh god. No. Oh god.
I was so scared when we didn't go hex for forever. Like, you know how if we do the hex earlier, how easy this game would be?
I go to the toilet again.
You go
Wow.
do you.
Yeah, you go do you, Mr. Yagut. Yeah, it seems like I sense a common theme here. Yagut gets the win for Complexity, goes to the bathroom.
Coincidence?
Yeah, I think not.
Probably. I
not.
think it's probably a coincidence.
Probably coincidence. indeed.
Yeah. But a crucial win there for Complexity as they stifle the Druid and take that a favorable matchup, a pretty even matchup since it wasn't aggro. So now Complexity still has a lot of decks left. They still have a significant advantage in the series because of their lead. and they should be in a good spot to move on forward. Now it's up to G2 to try and find a deck that's going to be able to handle mid-range Shaman. So they have Mage, Priest, and Warlock left as their tools.
Yep, definitely a lot of options at their disposal still. Warlock and Mage. And, according to Blizzard, Priest has options against Shaman. And the reason why we say that very tongue-in-cheek about Priest is that these days it's a little bit hard to say that Priest has an edge against Shaman. In fact, it's just hard to say any class has a definitive edge. At best, it's usually like 52, 53% edge against Shaman. That's what makes that class so scary. And also why it's so important just to have that class in your arsenal and to really push it as far as you can go. G2 already dropped their Shaman, but if Complexity still has Shaman available to them, this could be a really scary series.
Yeah, it really could be. And we do have some stats here about Shaman, and it's basically the total number of wins that each of these classes has with Shaman.
Wow.
So some interesting statistics there, to say the least.
Yeah, it's interesting to look at how every team has done with Shaman prior to Week 5. Week 5, there were some really interesting trends going on with Shaman losing a lot, but then last week it really started to dominate. And now today, I'm starting to feel like we're going to have a lot of the same here. The graph is all over the place, though, and it's a little bit hard to decipher. But fortunately for us, we have a special guest in the house, Professor Oranger, lead expert on meta variants, as well as author of Board Tension and You. Professor, what's your take on all the stats that we have on Shaman?
Shaman is good.
Thanks, Professor. And with that, I definitely have to agree with a lot of the analysis there, because you look at just the wide range of what Shaman can do. They can play aggressive strategies. They can play board control strategies with Jade. We've even seen control Shaman be worked back into the metagame. And so with that, I think if you're in G2's position, you have to be kind of scared because that mid-range Shaman is so powerful and robust that it can just pretty much handle any threat that's being thrown, no matter what G2 picks here, whether it's Mage, Warlock, or the Priest.
Yeah, and now it all depends on how they have it built. We've seen some innovation with Mage over the past couple weeks, but not necessarily with these two teams. Complexity and G2, we talked about the predictability, we talked about the consistency that they like. So we'll see if they go with the Reno Mage, or we'll see if they change it up with something like Tempo Mage. Now, if they have Tempo Mage, then they're going to be in a bad spot for almost the rest of the series, because there's pretty bad matchups aside from Reno Lock left. But if they maybe have like a Freeze Mage, they might be able to beat that mid-range Shaman, because it's pretty susceptible. I don't know. I like to see these teams innovate, since they have fallen into that pattern of predictability.
It's the last week, though, if you really think about it. Next Tuesday is when we theorize the patch to come out. We don't have any confirmation officially. I'm sure that by the end of the month and on a Tuesday patch day, that's kind of when it happens. So maybe next week we'll start seeing some really crazy stuff. Who can figure out the best decks post patch with small time Buccaneer getting nerfed?
It's crazy to think that such a small change to like one class or one class plus one neutral card could shake up the meta so significantly that we might be seeing like almost completely different lineups from some of these teams. Right. They have to really rethink whether or not it's worth banning Warrior, Shaman, and Rogue. They have to think whether or not they have to bring as many anti-aggro lineups. There's a crazy amount of things that are going to go into it, and a lot of it's going to be guesswork. I don't know how much time players, if the patch hits next week, it'll probably hit early on in the week. I don't know how much time players will have to practice with those things and get to the point where they're comfortable saying that this deck is the best. This deck is not going to make the cut.
I do have a theory on what will happen. I think the aggressive versions of Pirate Warrior might still exist, but it won't be as pronounced. So you might not ban that. I do think that banning Rogue is still warranted because even if Rogue loses its aggressive strategies, what makes it really strong is just how powerful it can kind of explode. And if the aggressive variant of Rogue just plays without pirates, it's still really good. In fact, some people have been playing the Malygos Rogue these days on ladder, and that can also still, in this format especially, if you ban any form of aggressive deck, if you ban Shaman and Warrior, Rogue gets to let through. You can play a slower variant of it. And the same thing, too. Maybe Shaman just sticks to mid-range Jade and it ends up being just as powerful.
Yeah.
So you have to ban that, too. Maybe something's changed. Maybe nothing changes. But the whole point is that change can happen, and it excites us because we'll have a little bit of variety opened up in the future. I don't expect too much on the first week of the patch. Maybe by the second or third week. Certainly by championships.
Yeah. Well, judging by opening hands, let's call it a game. G2 wins.
Yeah, you know, a lot of players have been complaining about, you know, how patches in the hand means that it feels like you just lose those games, but it's definitely not over yet. It's looking already pretty good for the Priest to start off. I mean, they have the ideal curve. They have a 1-drop into the Wormrest Agent, into double Cabal Talon Priests, too, as options. They just have to pick up one more Dragon, and then everything's settled.
Yeah. Now Complexity, you know, the one way that Shaman wins this is by getting on board early, you know, getting that small-time Buccaneer out, maybe Flame Tongue to trade up. But let's go in and listen to these teams now that we're getting towards some crucial points in this early game.
Yeah, that's very good.
And they're like, I mean, yeah, they're really set, I think.
It was just so important, didn't it? The Pirate 1-drop.
There is little time.
I guess they have Jade Claws, right? What will it otherwise be?
So, Talon Priest
Yeah.
and trade into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to make the trade here. We probably next turn Talon Priest, turn 4 Agent Hero Power. And then 5 Operative.
Looks good.
God, this hand is bad.
Do we have a pattern in hopes that we get good 1-drop, like Bob, for example?
yeah. That's what I was thinking.
I think we port no matter what, just because
Yeah.
the 2 damage. Like, we have to go Jade Spirit next turn, so we just have to start
Yeah.
whacking
Yeah.
stuff.
I agree.
And we might even think about the Buck.
Yeah, I would play the Buccaneer as well.
Yeah, I agree. You can only kill one of the 2, right?
Yeah.
Mana Worm.
Yeah, I agree.
Actually, Mana Worm is just not scary at all for him. If you think.
They did everything wrong.
So, we know they don't have Spirit Claws, but they might still have Jade Claws.
We double trade anyway, here on board, right?
Yeah, well, I killed the Buccaneer, right?
Do you?
But I'm not sure.
Must consider.
I mean, we know they don't have the Spirit Claws. This will they've always been played here.
No, you kill the mana burn, right? Yeah.
You wanna kill the Manarm?
Yeah.
Like worst case, it becomes a 3-2.
I don't see what the Buccaneer is doing. I just don't see what.
It might still trade into the Talon Priest, or they don't have double Maelstrom, so they can. We're gonna buff with the Talon Priest, right?
Yeah, I mean.
It's better with Jade Lightning, but
Do always the trade in the mana room. This is the trade, and then you can buff. I'm not even sure what to buff. I would buff.
I would buff the Cleric maybe.
Yeah.
I think I will Talon Priest.
Okay, I'll buff a Talon Priest.
That's better, right?
I'm buffing Talon Priest because we have the other Talon Priest anyways, and then they can kill both. Yeah. Never mind.
At what?
If I would buff the...
Well, Jade Claws picked up for Complexity, but this board is going to be almost impossible for them to ever overcome. They felt so far behind early. They have a dead card in their hand almost with patches. This is going to be a tough match to win, or a tough game to win, sorry, for Complexity.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit early. You know, they have double Jade Spirits and Jade Chieftains. They could tie it in with Brain if they can survive long enough. The big problem, though, is Dragon Priest is one of the best classes at snowballing their early board advantage. You just look at every card that they have at their disposal, and it just seems like it's a bunch of overstated minions at their cost. You look at Draconoid Operative, too, and that also might pick up some really powerful cards. If it picks up any kind of AoE, for example, it picks up Hex. these other cards, ironically enough, one of the barometers of some of the strongest classes ever in Hearthstone's metagame history is that the best answers to a lot of the classes are their own class cards.
Yeah.
Like Hunter versus Hunter. Like, how did you ever beat their early game secrets? You flared. How did you beat Shaman? You lightning stormed them. So it's really funny how some of these cards end up being the most effective against themselves.
How did you beat Undertaker? You didn't.
I personally teched in Big Game Hunter back then.
Yeah, that was probably the best counter. Or your own Undertaker that came out the turn before.
That's true. the counter to Undertaker is to go first in the matchup and play Undertaker.
Yeah. Actually, going second sometimes was you could Undertaker coin
It depends.
Undertaker coin Undertaker.
Yeah.
How do you do with two Undertakers? Those were the days. But G2 looks like they're going to opt to go wide here. No, they're not going to play the Nest Historian. They're going to opt to actually just keep their board as healthy as possible instead of going for the Twilight Guardian. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. That's not putting much power on the board, and they're putting the Talon Priest at 1 health, or not wanting the Talon Priest at 1 health in order to maybe play around Maelstrom Portal, but they've already seen one. So a little bit interesting. But let's go and listen into G2 now as they are losing some of their board.
Agents.
You do, right?
Yeah, right? Yeah, of course. I don't know what you would like to do here otherwise.
No, that's good.
Super late.
Coming through.
Get a Hex or something. Oh, that's good, right? Hex. I mean,
Yeah, Hex is awesome.
like the Jade cards are so bad, and the Hex is the one I'm always looking for.
Yeah, let's say
Ion
Hex for Aya.
For Aya next turn.
And trade, right?
Yeah, that's right. Good.
Yeah.
I would just
Out Jade Spirit Hero Power.
Jade Spirit Hero Power, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's never lightning here.
Using it. We just heal without using. Oh, that's also.
That's pretty good as well.
Can I just Corruptor, trade a 5/6, trade a 3/2 into the 0/2, Cleric and pass?
Yeah, I would also play Cleric because we have enough draw with Ezra Drake and Historian.
Yeah, I like that.
We just need to be on board. They don't have AoE, so we are good.
Yep.
Okay.
As long as we are on board.
Yeah.
Just got to be on board, and they definitely are on board.
Yeah, eliminating any possibility of Flametongue Totem from being able to get some comeback going for complexity. They pick up second Jade Chieftain. Still a little bit awkward there. Next turn, they have the opportunity to Jade Lightning and Jade Spirit. So I guess you want to build up the biggest Jade you can. Pick whatever Jade Chieftain you want, left or right, whichever one you like less, and throw it out there. The Jades are at 4/4 after this Jade Chieftain gets summoned. And that leads into 5/5. That's starting to get really intimidating. Next turn, you'll have a 5/5 and a 6/6 Jade come out, but this turn, you're going to have to bite the bullet and hope that Priest doesn't get too far ahead. You're going to have to hope that they whiffed on the Draconoid Operative draw and that they've got weak cards to follow up their existing board.
Yeah. The thing about it is G2 gets to dictate all of the trades, and another Draconid Operative picked up that could heal their Draconid Operative, make favorable trades, and then play another 5/6 onto the board.
Yeah.
Clearing the board and effectively being left with the same strength of board that they had going into the last turn, but this time with more resources in their hand to work for towards the next turn. So Blackwing Crypto doesn't help too much. Probably going to be used to help clear up the board next turn. I mean, I guess they could use it to trade, but
yeah, they could trade in the 1/3, for example, instead of the 5/6, but I still like playing Draconoid Operative this turn. Oh, okay. They're going to trade in the 3/2 instead.
Oh.
Sure. As long as they played a 5-cost minion here, even if Azure Drake was played, I'd be okay with it, but I prefer one of those two.
Yeah, well, let's go and listen in now to Complexity to see if they have some hope in this matchup.
Can we do something with Flametongue? Patches, Flame... No, it's not great, right?
I think the double four is better.
I like the double four as well.
That would be pretty insane.
It's not over yet. Wait a second. So, you can value trade X operative, and then 5-4 into 2 free. Or do you like
Do the
something else?
value trade first. The value trade always happens.
No.
Yeah, the value trade.
Yeah, the value trade happens. Yeah, we always operative. Just operative for now.
Yeah, okay, let's go. Sure.
Okay, let's operative. Hex again,
Another
yeah.
hex. Another one, because we hex here. Do the.
Yeah, that's
But
good.
you said.
Yeah, I'll
do the
take it
one-
and play it.
Yeah, play it.
So I kill the 2-3, or can I
kill
just go
everything,
face?
right? Just
Yeah.
be clean.
Yeah, I like killing it because it's playing tongue all the time.
Guys, it's
I really want to kill this
This one?
Blackwing.
I don't know. Can you? You can't even. I don't like Ginger because Vela will have Shadow Paint for sure, right?
Do you want to Jade Shiften?
Yeah, I would play Chieftain and Hero Power and hope.
It just
and you
feels
have to
so
hope.
bad against this 5-2, you know?
Yeah, it feels very bad, but I think the Ginger is even worse because if it gets Shadow Paint, right?
Yeah, they also have Bookworm.
Yeah. I would just play the Chieftain Hero Power.
I wonder.
2
Hero Power.
Hero Power?
But yeah,
2 Hero Power?
yeah.
Yeah.
But if it's a 2 health, it might stick for next time with the Danger. But
Yeah.
if it has 2 health, it's not the stupid one.
but yeah, sure.
So hex always here, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And then what?
Yeah, I would heal the cleric. So okay. Do you want to hex? Attack the dude.
I was
The 5.
thinking just. I don't know if you
I
really
would-
heal here.
I would Hex, Netherspire Historian, and Twilight Guardian.
Now, why don't you hex it, attack it with the 5/6 the proc, send the 1/3 in the cleric, heal the cleric, value trade, and play the guardian. It's better. We get a card.
Can't you just ignore the 1-1 and value trade the 5-6 into the 5-5 and
Yeah, I
trade
like
so you
the
can.
5-2 and the 5-5 trade.
Yeah, 5 to
Okay, I'll do that.
You hex this, and then you can attack it with the 5/6.
I know. I like to trade the 5-6 into 5-5 and kill the 5-6.
The 5 goes face here.
Yeah.
I like this. I'll do this. I like this more. I don't know. I think it's really good.
No, it doesn't matter. It was the one way or the other. Like it's.
And this face, right?
Which one?
This face, right?
Yeah, face. Yeah.
Double Hex from the Draconid Operative really coming in handy for G2 as they're able to deal with these big Jades. And now it just feels like it's just an uphill battle for Complexity. I don't really see a way out of it for them in this one. They had a chance with the ramp, the Jade ramp in the mid game, but now they're completely out of resources, and G2 should just be able to run away with it.
Yeah, I guess Priest really does have a good fighting chance against Shaman. I guess in the context of the fact that Shaman had a little bit of awkward hand with patches in their opening few draws, and then G2 had the ideal curve in many ways, followed by the proper discovers and the right tools, with card draw, of course. It just felt like Priest had it all. And this is one of the important things about Priest in general is, like, if you're able to get these kinds of starts, then by all means, it's really powerful and a good class to answer everything. The nice thing about the Shaman is that a lot of their tools line up properly against that class. So many things, for example, get blasted by Shadow Word Pain and Bookworm. A lot of the totems are vulnerable to the early game minions of Priest. Things like the Blackwing Corruptor snipe a lot of 3 health minions that are really annoying, like if they have a Tunnel Trog or if they have a Manatite Totem. So it does feel like the Priest has, when they have the proper tools, it's a really one-sided game. And right now, G2, they're making that comeback here, getting that win against Shaman, which was, in my opinion, the biggest threat in this series.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Now, I would have liked to see Aggro Shaman. I don't think the mid-range Jade Shaman fits well in Trinity Series because of how, greedy the control decks tend to be in the series overall. But Again, these guys just like to play like what on paper, what's the best form of that deck, and not try and innovate really. So, but now Complexity, even though G2's coming back, Complexity has that counter advantage. Since they lost, they get to choose the counter deck, and they still have one game lead in the series.
Yeah.
So G2 now, Priest will be the pick for them going to the next game. Because of that win. Still have Mage and Warlock left, but Complexity has Warlock, Druid, Mage, and their own Priest left, and now they get that counter matchup. Probably going to see Warlock here. I don't think we've ever seen Priest win a game and then not be queued into Warlock as long as it was available.
Yeah, it'd be very surprising to see anything but Warlock. But think about the consequences if they're not able to win this matchup. Sometimes Priest sneaks the win away from the Reno Warlock. They can't get Jiraxis out fast enough, like it's his 30th card. Or Priest just gets the early game board, and then Draconid Operative finds game-finishing damage. Then what are you stuck with? You're stuck with, at best, the Priest Mirror. And all of a sudden, Priest might be the reason that G2 could close out the best of 11 here.
Yeah, that's definitely a great point and a possibility. And it sort of happened to Luminosity yesterday. They went up 3-0 with Rogue, and then they just kept losing unfavorable matchup after unfavorable matchup, and they got into a situation where, you know,
favorable matchup.
Favorable matchup from their point of view. And they got to a situation where all of a sudden the series was tied 4-4, and all of a sudden they were down to like even matchups or, you know, only slightly favored matchups. And even though they put themselves in a great lead, they weren't able to capitalize. And we've seen what can happen with just one, you know, matchup goes differently than what the statistics would show, how that skews a strategy and how that skews a team's chance to win.
Yeah, it's all part of the variance that does come with Hearthstone in general. Just, you know, sometimes you lose a matchup that you're favored in, and there's nothing that's super one-sided. The most one-sided matchup in the game's history might be either Freeze Mage versus Malygos Druid, because that's like a really hard one. I mean, Control Warrior's always fought it, but you know, Freeze Mage actually got some better tools against it over time.
Yeah.
Maybe the very old school versions of Freeze Mage versus Control Warrior. Or Control Priest versus Mid-Range Shaman. If you remember that, how dominant it was back then, Priest would never lose to Shaman, ever, because anything that he played would just get clear with AoE, like Circle of Healing, or then stolen by Cabal Shadow Priest and all these other pre-cards. Really dominant matchup. But even then, they were like 80-20. You know, maybe 1 out of every 5 games, you still steal them. And if you can steal them, then what happens when you do? Your entire strategy tends to crumble in a format like last year was standing.
It's the cycle of life and death in Hearthstone, but how can Hearthstone be real if Ben Brode isn't real? The age-old question.
The age-old question. I mean, you might think Ben Brode's not real, but if you've ever been in a room with him, you could physically feel his laughter. You don't just hear it. Like listening to Ben Brode laugh is a very interesting experience because it touches all 5 senses.
Yeah, I remember.
You can taste his laugh.
When we went to China for the Whispers of the Old God, or no, it was Karazhan reveal.
Yeah.
And we were in that giant like ballroom type room, and Ben Brode was there. And not only was he like a foot taller than everybody else in the room, the ballroom had like the high ceiling, the arched ceiling.
Yeah.
So whenever we laughed, it would echo, and it would just like bounce across the walls. And so you would be like overwhelmed. It's like I felt a little bit of vertigo every time he would laugh. It was an incredible feeling. But into game number 6 here. Complexity with that Reno Warlock, as we expected, taking on the Dragon Priest. Dragon Priest really needs to get a good start. They need to pressure early on, and sometimes they need a little bit of help from Draconid Operative. And they got 2 of them, so...
Are you mocking me?
Yeah, and even if you do get value out Draconid Operative, you might need a little bit extra. I was playing, you know, Arena Warlock against Priest, and the Draconid Operative one time discovered Kazakus against me, and it was late enough in the game where it actually got value. And I was like pretty pissed. I was like, what? But, you know, sometimes it has to go that fortunately for the Dragon Priest.
Yeah.
So many possibilities.
You know, Complexity really debating if they want to life tap here or if they just want to drop this Doomsayer, which could complicate a lot of the curve that comes out from Priest, or at the very least forced out Shadow Word Pain if G2 feels like it's worth protecting their board.
Yeah. This is one of those matchups where a lot of times you can wait until turn 3 to play Doomsayer because Shadow Word Pain is going to kill it anyway, and pretty much nothing else reaches it as far as how much damage Priest can put on the board. But let's go and listen to G2. Some deliberation on turn 2. Let's see if they spot the Doomsayer.
Yeah, I should play the Warmers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and hopefully no Doomsayer though, but
Yeah, maybe we can top deck Pain if they play Doomsayer.
well, I like it. Do that. Right?
Good game plan, right?
Doesn't work out with the Doomsayer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Is it fine? Let's think.
Yeah, let's think about this.
So many.
I think it's maybe better to not do it. I don't know. It's close, right? Because we don't have a follow-up for next turn anyways.
Let's say the Pain.
It hits
Then
for
the Mistress
4.
stays in our hand for like forever.
No. When we just tap Mistress, right?
Okay.
We don't have even. If you would have a 4-drop, I would agree. But so I would just play Doomsayer, nothing.
Did you play something already, Crane?
No.
Because
Just-
it's
I would-
like freezing for me.
I would just drop the Doomsayer and nothing. I think we don't need to drop the Mistress here.
Possibilities.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Power shield on.
We're gonna fish for it, right?
Yeah, of course.
I shield the right one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the right one.
That's fine. You have 20%, 10% now.
Oh no! Ah, rip.
Yeah, sure.
Cannot do much here. Ah, that's so.
Yeah, Doomsayer is pretty annoying.
I love the cry of desperation.
Oh no!
It's like those old cartoons. Not my Wormrest agent!
Side effects.
I'll get you next time, Complexity.
And they start apologizing to their cards, like, "Oh, sorry, Wormrest agents." Go, Draconid Operative! Take one of his cards from his deck. Ha! I have the perfect card. You won't see this coming, Complexity. Prepare yourselves. What? Is Shadow Bolt the best? It might be.
Trinity Series, the anime, coming soon.
Hearthstone the anime would be really sick.
It would.
It would be really sick. We definitely have a couple of villains cooking these days. I think
Oh.
Young Amnesiac.
Didn't Tempo Storm try the Hearthstone anime?
Don't know what you're talking about, Touche.
Yeah. Well, no
Never
4-drop
happened.
for Complexity before this turn, but they pick
Wow.
up both of them going in.
I mean, Twilight Drake is pretty strong against the Priest. You could be slightly worried about whatever card was picked up by G2, but at least it's not Siphon Soul because you're holding it into the hand. Man, it just feels so tempting to play the Twilight Drake because the reason why you would want to set up Twilight Drake is that you can play Faces Manipulate on the following turn. And you can set it up, and it's a 4/10. Very hard for your opponent to remove. The other possibility is playing Mountain Giant, or you can even coin out a 6 because Sylvanas is pretty annoying for your opponent to deal with.
Coin Sylvanas. Wow.
Yeah, it's guaranteed to get value on the board if your opponent just trades into it. But then, what if your opponent just kills the 2/2 and doesn't heal the Draconid Operative, and doesn't develop anything else?
Well, then you get a free Twilight Drake on the board. And
That's true.
And
That's
a free
true.
tap. So
I like that.
I like this play a lot, actually. It puts G2 in a really awkward position. It disrupts their game plan and their flow of play, which is sometimes better than making the strongest play on the board because your opponent expects you to make the strongest play on the board. They plan for what is the worst or the strongest play on the board for you. They don't plan on what makes their turn the most awkward.
Well, a trade into the Sylvanas and Holy Nova clears the board, but like you said, it gives complete initiative to Complexity, where they can tap and play the Twilight Drake, or something else if another better play comes to their hand. And then G2 stuck playing reactive. By the way, Complexity does have Leroy Jenkins and the Faces Manipulator, which does seem to be the trend these days. And wow, looks like G2 is ignoring that.
That is a bold call.
That is a very bold call. If it works out in their favor. Ooh.
That's pretty good. They do have to use some resources to kill the Sylvanas, but now let's go and listen into Complexity. Crane looks pretty happy.
That was clever.
Oh.
We have two good options.
It's never a giant. We have two options.
It's never a giant.
It's Twilight Drake
Tap
on
Twilight.
Parallel.
I have to say, I actually at this very moment, the tap Twilight seems better because the Emperor just gets traded and he can heal.
I would like to, in that case, I would like to think about bumping in the 2/2.
Why?
Like if he heals the operative, it would be annoying for next turn. It with like a Blackwing.
Can we tap first?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Trade it in and play the Drake. I agree.
I don't think there's any reason to be greedy with the 2/2 in that way.
Yeah, I like this trade.
Because I agree because we also have Demon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Like I can see in some cases, yeah, sure, he plays like a 3/6 and heals the 4/5/2, but I don't think that's. I don't care about that. I care about the other thing.
Creative? Or do you see something better?
It's gonna be 5-drop here.
We could also play Drake.
Yeah, but what does it do, Drake?
Not that much.
Like, it's just a weaker body.
Yeah. So should I operative?
I think the operative, yeah.
What about what and Black Incorruptor is never right. Yeah, okay. Then that's just the deal.
Corruptor is not as good, right? Bruiser or MC Tech?
Oh, is it never Shadow Flame? No, it can not be right. Yeah, okay. So what do you want to do? It's like MC Tech never. I would
think Bruiser.
Oh, Bruiser. Yeah, okay, take Bruiser. Yeah, sure. And face.
Yeah, and heal.
Yeah. But the heal is not that good. But I still have to do it.
Of course, Bruiser might come earlier, but MC Tech is bigger swing, right? Way bigger swing.
Yeah, but when do they ever have 4 minions?
When do they ever have 3?
Well, more often than 4, I guess.
Yeah.
Very good, Clash. Very good.
Legit option.
I would like, yeah, Emperor has to be the play.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
Of course.
Emperor the Russian. Also called Pavel. Bam bam. Let's go. Get him, Pavel. RNG him.
Drake Death Trade.
So we always need to def this, I think. And then we have
But
double
also
swing.
play second-rate Bruiser. I wouldn't mind the second-rate Bruiser.
Nah, you want the Drake here, come on. We cycle the Drake, we get an extra card.
Oh, okay.
What is the
But
reason to
Drake-
go Bruiser over Drake here? Because it is 1 more life?
Yeah.
Well, now we get a card and spell damage on board.
Doesn't matter. I don't know.
Yeah, like we can find Historian and maybe get a really impactful
He can
card.
just eat it, right? He can just eat it on board. And the second-rate Bruiser, he cannot eat it.
No, he cannot eat it. We just Shadow Bolt and trade. Shadow Def and
Oh,
trade.
you don't want to go face. Okay, no. Okay,
No, I don't want to go face here.
okay, sure. Let's do.
Oh, you want to go face?
No, it's fine. We can just play Dragon, Shadow Vertex, and it's fine. And yes, if you ask me like this, I wanted to pressure them by going face, yeah.
And you wanted to leave the board, just full.
No, like he wanted to Death, go face, Bruiser.
Okay.
That was also like an interesting line, but I'm not sure.
I mean, the way how I see the matchup is you need to pressure.
We
Otherwise-
have kind of.
Well, G2, they still have, they have the board for now. But Dan, this matchup ain't about no board.
Well, it is for Priest. So it's half about it.
Oh, my bad.
Well, I mean, you're right to a certain extent that the Warlock has so many answers to threats that it doesn't necessarily need the board.
This matchup's about heart, Dan.
Grit and determination. It's about character, really.
If you want it enough, You'll find a way to win.
Oh, yeah. We should bust that out for this weekend. For HCT. Why couldn't, Hamson guy or Kranich or some of these other players that we know make it through? And it's like, well, they just didn't want it bad enough.
If Complexity loses this match, they really need to go back to the drawing board and think about what motivates them to play Hearthstone and win.
Well, one thing's for sure. G2's definitely split on the opinions. I actually really like that life coach play of going for the phase with the Draconoid operative and then playing the second raid bruiser. It wouldn't work out because your opponent had Reno Jackson, but for what your game plan is, I definitely agree. I think Warlock will always have a response to some of your minions, and it's going to be super hard to build up a board consistently against them. They have Twisting Nether for crying out loud, so no matter how big of a board you can build with all your health, they can just clear. Not to mention that they also have Shadow Flame, Kazaka's Conserves for potions, they have Siphon Soul for individual target removal, and they have a full hand that's got discounted by Emperor Thorsan, so I mean Complexity's in a really good spot right now.
They sure are. Now, it may not, G2 is probably going to develop some threats here, but pretty much everything they do is just going to get swept up by something. Some form of AoE or just big minions slamming into them. And it looks like G2, I can imagine this is going oh no, okay. That's interesting.
See, well, now they're saying that we can't play around Shadow Flame, but no matter what they did, they were playing into something. So I don't really blame them for trying this. It just feels like every solution that they can come up with runs into an answer that Complexity just happens to have in their hand.
Yeah. So, play that pops out to me right off the bat is Dirty Rat Leroy Shadow Flame.
Do you have to Leroy? You can. Well, now maybe you want to. I mean, Second Rate Bruiser is really cheap.
Yeah, Second Rate Bruiser doesn't clear the board though.
You can Shadow Flame the 8/5. I guess the Second Rate Bruiser is really valuable because it's a 4/5 minion, and Priest can't interact with it very much.
That's true. But the thing that I was looking at is you saw there was no Shadow or Death, and you could also push the damage to face with the Leroy. So you put him at 16. But let's go and listen into G2 now as their chances in this game look like they're dwindling.
I don't know, Painting the Rat is not that great though. I mean, it's good, but the other plays we have are not that good.
So you want to Azure Drake and Corruptor, or do you want to play Technician and Corruptor?
You never want to play Pain?
Which one?
Shadow or Pain. Is it never a thing?
And what place? You don't have place then? I don't think you can that. I think we Blackwing Corruptor and Guardian or not.
Yeah, maybe Azure Drake. But...
What do you want to Corruptor? The 2/6? No.
Corruptor the 4/5.
The 4/5, right? Yeah.
Because we have the Pain.
Yeah.
I wield the power.
Let's see. So we tap for sure, right?
Yeah. I would say tap Reno Shadowbolt.
Yeah, I like that. Tap Reno. I would just I would tap Reno. I don't want to give them the board so they can't draw cards with a Cleric Holding Over or something.
Why don't we just Shadowbolt the 5/4, heal the Bruiser, and then double trade the 3/6?
You want to Shadowbolt the 5/4?
That's good. That's super good. I think I'm gonna do that.
And we float 2 mana. Yeah, I can see it. I think it's also.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. I just think it's a little bit weak if you have Drake Holding Over or something, but I don't mind it. I think it's still decent.
That's actually really sick, yeah. Wow. I get a dragon next turn, get an Operative. Get PO. Something. I don't know.
5 out of 12 for a dragon.
Reno
Probably
time.
have
Yeah, of
Reno.
course. It's like, you think you're so close, and then
We probably had the Reno all the time and we were just playing safe. So even in the... I mean, maybe our best chance was going face in that turn and hoping they don't have it. The turn with a bruiser, but I'm not sure.
That's fine. Whatever.
I think G2 summed it up pretty well there. It feels like you're so close. And then they Reno. And then they just drop big bomb after big bomb. Remove your board 10 times. Make you feel like your deck's not worth anything. And then they BM you and you lose.
Well, you know, the important thing is that they're still trying here. And you know what, Drakenarv Operative maybe gives them a chance still. We know that's not really the case because all the good cards that help them win the game, such as Leroy or Kazakis or even Lord Jiraxis in the very fringe scenario why you would ever pick this card off Drakenarv Operative, considering that you're playing against a combo Reno Warlock.
Yeah.
It's there's definitely some good choices, but none of them seem to be available because they're all in the hand of complexity.
Yeah, Shadow Flame is usually much better.
Shadow Flame is usually way better.
Yeah.
I don't see anyone how they could pick Jirax.
Jeez.
All jokes aside, of course, complexity really taking advantage of the fact that they have a lot of time. You know, they know that G2 is kind of low on resources. They know that G2 has pretty much nothing else left to pick from their deck that's substantial outside of, maybe a couple of individual threats. But they have so much removal and they have so much late game. I wonder how long they're going to wait to play Jiraxis because, they've already seen some of the discovered cards from G2 as well. They've seen the Separate Bruiser. They've seen pretty much everything else that could be threatened to them too. They've even seen Blackwing Corruptors, which is always something that you're worried about, like maybe Burst from the hand is something that Priest could do, but there's really nothing else.
Nothing else, yeah. Maybe Deathwing, but this is the card. Oh, no, it's not even the card. That's naturally in their deck. They picked up the Draconet Operative from the Nether Spider Historian, so there is nothing. And, I mean, Complexity is actually just getting close to lethal damage. They have Leroy plus Faceless in their hand. They have 12, 18 currently. So if they squeeze together a little bit more, if they can pick up one of the burn spell from Dark Peddler, Power Overwhelming or Soulfire.
Yeah, or they could build up a big board too. I mean, tapping to Power Overwhelming is perfectly fine. Playing Dark Peddler is fine. Playing Kazakis to also search for options is fine. Looks like they're setting up for a pretty good Defender of Argus ability as well, because then Refreshment Vendor goes up to a 4/6, which is also problematic for Priest. Things are just... They could choose any combination of cards, and I think it'd be good play this turn.
Yeah. They could Hellfire, Faceless Manipulator, the 4/2, or the 3/2 Refreshment Vendor, and still probably come out. Now they can reach the Refreshment Vendor with Holy Nova and Shadowward Pain. But, oh man, this is slim pickings for G2.
Yeah, I
wonder.
Well, Cabal Talon Priest definitely feels like one of the minions you want to play this turn. And you can Shadowward Pain the Defender of Argus. You have two Shadowward Pain, so I think using them feels a little bit better. That leaves you with 5 mana for a Holy Nova. I mean, that looks okay, because you should be able to remove everything except the 7/7. So, there you go. The other option is to use Holy Nova and then Mortal Coil, so you can draw a card.
Yeah, that's true. I guess they really need to find more resources or else they're just going to lose.
Interesting. Brand. Pretty sure they use most of their good cards for Brand. Draconoid Operatives have been all exhausted, and I think Nether Spite Historians have been used.
They might have one Nether Spite Historian, but Power only picked up.
There we go.
Which means Complexity has assembled the combo.
Yep, 27 damage in 1 turn. No big deal.
Complexity showing that they have the heart to win this game after all. What determination from these young men on the side of Complexity.
They have a champion's mentality.
They do. And they lead the series now 4-2, which is a great spot moving into the final couple games here because there's a limited deck pool to counter the Arena Warlock. They have plenty of decks to counter the remaining decks from G2. Looking good.
Yeah, enjoy those power overwhelming combos while you can, TJ. They're going to the Hall of Fame soon.
Yes, they
We're
are.
sending them to the farm.
Poor power overwhelming, poor Red, poor Sylvanas.
Releasing it into the wild.
Yeah, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be game number 7 between G2 and Complexity. We'll see who's going to come out in first place. Don't go anywhere.
Who's that pro?
We take their minion and we get 1 hour saves. We take their minion and we get 1 hour saves. It's correct. it's Life Coach. We take their minion and we get 1 hour saves. We take their minion and we get 1 hour saves. It's correct.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Trinity Series presented by ESL and Twitch. I'm TJ, joined by Frodan, and we're about to jump into game number 7 between Complexity and G2. Currently, Complexity has a 4-2 lead.
I would really like one of those Who's That Pro segments to eventually be one of those trolls. Like, oh, it's Life Coach from above. They just rotate him. Kind of like how they did it actually back in Pokemon.
Yeah.
Fun stuff. All right, looks like we're kind of really in the thick of things. 5 classes represented so far. Who's going to be the one to get the final say in the series? We're going into Mage versus Warlock. Now, this one could be a long one. You know, we know how some of these control matchups going back and forth can definitely take its toll on some of these players, and they've been playing for a while now. We've been going for solid 2 hours for this series so far.
Yeah, even longer. These are 2 of the slower teams, but they're also 2 of the more, meticulous teams as far as gameplay goes. They really like to take their time and settle. And a lot of that comes down to both these teams have pretty efficient means of communication. These are 2 teams that have really, talked about how to communicate. And in some of the winners' interviews with G2, they've said that, they said we have 2 main people that talk and then one guy who kind of watches on the background. And, that seems to work really effectively for them. And Complexity seems to have a similar strategy.
Yeah, they're also 2 teams that are well positioned to go into first place right now. Remember, the winner of the series is going to be first place in standings, at least for now, until Temple Storm and Team Liquid end up playing. And then we'll see who ends up tying them.
Well, I think if G2 wins, since they had a game lead going in, they are guaranteed first place. And if G2 wins today, they secure a playoff spot because they have more game wins. So the maximum number of game wins that any other team could get would be 6 as well. So if G2 wins, they're guaranteed first place because nobody can catch them as far as game score goes. Complexity is a little farther down on game score. So interesting. If Complexity, actually no, either of these teams they guarantee first place because these are first and second in game score.
I will trust you on that.
But let's listen in to Complexity and see how they're gonna work with coming up on this Mountain Giant turn.
Yeah, we just go with the Giant. So.
Yeah. So LeBlanc. Can we go Giant if they hard handle Fireball? We can just resurrect Kappa. I don't think it's too good. Yeah.
Torch and buff our mana burn, which is probably bad. I don't know.
I don't know if we should respect it so much, Hellfire. You feel the MC tech is it's
no, I think
some value.
I think we can just play it, yeah.
I don't think it sneaks in much value. Maybe really, really late when we get dirty red, but
I like playing it too.
Okay.
Yeah, let's play it. Let's play curve.
It's good into their minion, it's only got the Hellfire. If we curve out and they don't have anything, maybe we can just burst them, I don't know.
With what? With our funnel cakes? Oh.
Yeah, I also like the Giant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So many possibilities.
They got the smoke curve.
Doesn't matter. We have 2 heal cards in the hand and Kazan.
Yeah, I know.
They could.
Well, it's not like it doesn't matter. The minions also need to be dealt with, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh, we top deck the Flame Land. So what do we do here? He's mocking us. Very cute.
Well then, that Flame Lance came at the perfect time, and that's been a card that we've seen have a lot of success for G2 throughout their matches. They've brought, the Flame Lance Medivh version of the Reno Mage for the past, 5 weeks, which is all the weeks of the Trinity Series. Whoa, crazy. But it's definitely worked out well for him.
Certainly. And we'll see if that ends up being a factor here. Complexity coming up on a pretty crucial turn because they're taking so much damage. Remember, from the looks of it, it definitely is a Reno Mage. You know, the Temple Mage would not be playing Mistress of Misters. So Complexity has to also be aware that Temple Mage is not going to be all in on being aggressive. They can extend the long game, too, by playing value over time. Do they go for... Okay. Refreshment vendor.
I guess they're really worried about, taking that damage. They don't have Reno currently, so they just need to start chipping away at the board. A fireball picked up.
3, 6, 8, 14, 15, 16 damage I count right now.
With Arcane Blast, too?
Yeah. Let me count again. So you have 8 on the board. Fireball is 6. You get an additional point for the Mana Word, so that's 7. So that's 15, and then Arcane Blast is 16.
Arcane Blast face.
Wow. Wait, am I missing something? Maybe
No, I don't think
torch?
so. 8 on board, Fireball 7, so that's 15. Arcane Blast is 1.
Wow.
1 damage off of lethal, and that lethal is not going to come back because currently there's 8 points of healing locked up on the board.
Right.
So those will for sure die next turn as Complexity will realize how much trouble they're actually in.
Perhaps then it's better to... Is there any way you can sneak it on your opponent, like save Fireball for 7 burst next turn?
Yeah. I like this play. You're keeping your board. You've seen that they don't have the Hellfire. They're still pushing a lot of damage. Can Complexity deal with it? Let's listen in.
Give us a Hellfire. Can we ever go Kazakus for 1?
Yes, that's also what I'm thinking about. I think it's good. Like the 3 damage and the 2 damage is good.
Yeah.
Can we not just Bruce and Dirty Rat?
But what
Dirty
if I
Rat
get
is a
some...
bit scary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Kazakus is very scary too. Kazakus is more scary, I think.
I like playing the Kazakus here. I think we
I
can
like playing Kazakus as well.
We get a 1 then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At last,
Whatever.
a worthy disciple.
Oh, I don't see it.
2 damage to all. 2 damage to all
take-
is good with Coil. I'll take that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
take that.
3 damage, I'll take that one as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna clear his board here.
Yeah.
Menu coil. It's not too bad, right? We are down to 3 cards. I played very aggressive. We have drugs, touch in the deck.
The 3 damage completely overkilled the mana burn. It was good for us. It was good. The potion was like overkilling the mana burn by 2. The 2 damage didn't even matter that much because Kazakus also got wounded. And they needed to pick a single Kazakus into a single 1 potion. That's like the nuts, guys. You know how good that was?
Yeah. So we have Acid Drake and Fender.
We should probably vendor hero power and switch the game plan, right? Because we cannot burst them now.
I'm not sure about bursting.
Nah, we don't have Fireball anymore. But yeah, I'm thinking like, when do we play Acid Drake now? Mortal Call is gone.
No, we can just play Acid Drake now. Then they are already 11. They go to 7. We can even ping them, and they cannot tap that massively. Mortal Call is also out. I would just play Acid Drake.
So you don't like the vendor? Okay, maybe they use coil.
I hate Fender. I think healing them now is super bad.
Okay, just go the raid then. I think it's fine, actually. Because they use the coil.
Healing them now is like super bad, right? I mean, why would you ever heal them so that they can do stuff again? I mean, now we know they don't have Reno. So we know their life resources, and we know they really don't have any other heal, because otherwise they would have always used it over the 1 mana Reno, because they know that the 1 mana Reno is like the keycard in the match. So, yeah, there's our Kazakh.
Many possibilities.
One thing that I really like about G2 is that Life Coach is sort of like a coach. I guess that's how he got his name in the first place.
Wow.
Whoa, next level analysis being brought at the Trinity Series here. Turns out, Life Coach is a coach.
I wonder.
Hearth Coach.
Hearth Coach, yeah. I'm gonna change my name to Hearth Coach. But coming back to my point is that
you should be Name Analyzer.
Change my name to Name Analyzer Cutie.
Well, it's an analyst. But.
Well, yeah, but you could tell that, they were so close to lethal, and, sometimes that can be demoralizing. You use a lot of resources. But Life Coach is like, that's good for us, guys. Look at that. That's so good. Saying that, they overkilled it. That's Kazakus out of the way, which is a huge, catalyst in the matchup. Mm-hmm. All those things, contribute to G2 feeling good. The one thing is they just don't have any resources.
Yeah, they need a lot more card draw right now, and they're definitely on the weak side of stuff. Not having their own Kazakus, which would have been perfect this turn. They could ping the 3-1, drain their opponent down.
But this is going to set up for a sick Faceless Shambler from Complexity. And they don't pick up any play beside it is the thing. They can try and Dirty Rat and pull something substantial out. Which actually, could be really big because Gigi's been holding on to cards. If it's all spells, they're not punished at all. But they don't have Dirty Rat to pull something out later on. If they pull up Brand, they just trade over it after the Shambler. I mean, if it's Kazakus, it's okay. If it's Reno, that's Reno that you don't have to worry about. Ripping the Dirty Rat might be okay.
Well, we know right now Dirty Rat would actually be really good because it kills the Brand Bronzebeard.
Yeah.
But Complexity gets to go based off of information that they've seen. And
what's worst case scenario? Rag?
Yeah.
Whoa,
or
they pivot!
Like an Emperor Thorsan, and they can't kill it. Not Emperor Thorsan. Archmage Antonidas.
Oh, Archmage Antonidas, you're right. Yeah.
So if it got pulled out,
well, they could have killed it, but they would have had to forego Faceless Shambler. Like they could have killed anything with power bombing, but they're not willing to expend it. They'll probably find a better turn to play it. Maybe Dirty Rat while Savance is on the board. But let's go and listen into G2 now. They don't really pick up more resources again.
But also just Volcanic Potion and trade is better because we don't want to play the Forgotten Torch, right? We just don't.
Maybe you want to get like the better torch or.
No, exactly not. The better torch doesn't give us anything.
But then we can just play the Earthen Ring too, if you trade with the minion.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like that. I definitely want to ping the Drake to have it at 5 HP. Because they have double faceless cards, and it also plays into Flame Strike. Like we are able to ping it now with Flame Strike.
What I'm just saying is we want to draw Kazakus or Medivh. We don't want to draw the Torch. The Torch is actually bad in our deck. Yeah, like shuffling it in is actually bad for us.
Because
oh yeah, Dirty Rat, yeah.
they might want to burn into Kazakus maybe.
What do you think, Ren?
I think even with the Dirty Rat, we can tap.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, okay.
Yeah, Dirty Rat first, right? I think we should really Dirty Rat this turn.
Like, we can kill everything that's...
yeah, even if he gets the Doomsayer, we can kill it.
Do we trade the 3-3 first?
No.
No, I would just Dirty Rat.
No.
I'm just thinking about like taunts.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No more.
We just played Bruiser, right?
Yeah.
Bruiser.
I like Bruiser.
In the trade, yeah. Oh my God! This breaks her neck. Oh, this breaks her neck. Oh. Who knows? No, not today. Boom.
Torch.
Forgotten Torch. Yeah, it should be better, right?
You think the Flamestroke is that good in this match?
What to do?
We can Flame Strike Pink, I don't mind. Both lines are fine. I think Flame Strike Pink is fine too.
I think it's better. Flamestroke Pink.
Yeah, it should be a bit better. Also, they said they don't want to draw a torch. But I guess now...
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I like it.
This has to be the best.
He has no more fireball. The maximum reach with Falnos double burn is 8 and 9. Yeah, we are fine. Next will be Reno.
Oh man, G2, one off lethal at a stage in this game, and that was on turn 5 as Reno Mage. And now it seems like the game is slipping through their fingers as Complexity keeps developing boards that they just don't have good answers to, or they have good answers to, they just don't have development behind it, and they're forced to use so many resources in return. So I don't know. This one, Complexity might be going into a slightly unfavored matchup and taking the win, which would put them on match point. Crucial. Not only that, but if they won 6-2, they would limit G2's amount of wins. Well, I guess that wouldn't be, because they would. I believe they would secure a playoff spot with this win.
What to do? What to do?
Yeah, you know, just the fact that Complexity has Reno Jackson means that all burn possibilities in this matchup has pretty much been thrown out the window. G2 can't really assemble any amount of burst unless Complexity plays even more greedy than they are right now. At this point, you're at 12 life. Your only way that you can lose, considering your opponent's only one card, is to get burned out. So I would love to see Complexity play Reno Jackson here, or some kind of heal. Yeah, even Brand Farseer is still acceptable. Reno Jackson does seem like it's appropriate. I think they're afraid of what happens if the opponent has Alex Straza on the opposite end, but you do have follow-up heal too in that case too. Not to mention that you have firm board control, so you're able to leverage your board to just put your opponent on a he has to have it type situation.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, then you kill him.
Ooh, so Polymorph picked up. So I guess that's really the only solution here. If they had picked up, you know, pretty much any other card, they might be looking at lethal the following turn. But they can make a trade here in the Blood Mage, pick up another resource. The question is, do they want to go for the Forgotten Torch first? And it looks like they are going to go for it. They don't really have anything that they can pick up with the Blood Mage that would help them, I don't think. They've used Volcanic Potion. Nothing for 3 mana. Reno picked up. That might just have to be a play in the coming turns just to put something on the board for them. That's really crucial.
Yeah, and Complexity's got a lot of options at disposal here. Let's listen in and see how they're going to close this game out.
10, 13 plus 5, it's 18. Yeah, plus play the...
Is maybe Faster Sylvanas better? Plays around Medivh better?
I can see that.
Not really.
But I think the Brand's still better.
Deep, we just kill him.
Yeah, Medivh. Yeah, play Brand Farseer. I think Brand Farseer is better.
Who knows what secrets will uncover? My eyes are open.
I mean, if you couldn't draw any of our key cards, I mean, yeah, sure, that's what happens. Oh, we didn't even get Violence. Okay.
You can finance the Reno.
Yeah, I guess. You want that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Use those apples
don't
already.
play Reno. We have to be greedy.
I wield the power of black.
Not the 7-8, damn it.
Oh, yes, yes! One
Yeah,
more,
we'll
boys.
try it quick.
Yeah, me as well.
Game number 7 locked up for Complexity. They're on match point for the remainder of the series, which means G2 has to win all 4 of their next games with Reno Warlock. I believe is their only deck remaining, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Oh man, this is going to be super tough for them.
Well, this matchup at least is doable. Reno Warlock mirrors anything could end up shaping up depending on how the threats line up. What remains scary is things like Jade Druid, and to a certain extent the Reno Mage. But we've seen Reno Warlock do it. The comeback yesterday with Virtus Pro was able to bring it back up against Luminosity. Maybe we can see G2 come out here. I think Reno Warlock's one of the best decks to do it. It still is one of those decks that is capable of beating everything because it just has the right answers at the right time. So don't count out G2 just yet.
Don't count them out. Don't count your chickens before they lay eggs.
Yes, I believe that is exactly how the saying goes, TJ.
Yeah. And now it's this is where G2's mentality really has to start kicking in. This is where, you know, the one thing that they've always done well is, you know, in the face of pressure, you know, staying calm and staying positive is the one thing. You know, even at the end of that game when they were in such a terrible spot, they weren't focused on, you know, negative things. They were like looking back as to, hey, I think we made the right plays, just didn't pan out for us. We just didn't, you know, get the draws that we needed, you know, in a nice, calm way. And you're saying, you know, we need to play greedy. Let's go with the violence portal instead of just trying to stay alive with Reno. So their head is in the right place moving forward. And now it's taking that, getting some solid draws in the next couple of games. They're going to have to win some unfavorable matchups, but it's still possible.
Yeah, it's definitely doable. You know, complexity. They're in such a good spot though because they have two decks which can hypothetically counter the Reno Warlock. Reno Mage is still iffy on if it even is a counter. These days I feel like it's rather even, especially if Reno Mage isn't necessarily playing value oriented and they're playing anti-aggro. This applies more to just the tournaments in general or ladder. But if you happen to run into a Reno Mage on ladder as Reno Warlock, don't be too afraid of that matchup. People, of course, give the nod to Reno Mage, but I still feel like Reno Warlock has a fighting chance.
All right, well, moving into the Reno Warlock mirror. This one, we haven't seen G2's Reno Warlock this week. So we're going to have to see, you know, if they're running combo as well. Because if they are running combo, then it's a pretty even matchup. If they aren't running combo and they're running the more anti-aggro version, then it's going to be a tough matchup for them. Because usually the combo version can, you know, steal wins in tight spots. So this is definitely a pretty explosive matchup to watch. It's one of my favorite matchups in competitive Hearthstone right now because, you know, I think it's, well, I don't know. If
you can say it. You can say the S word. It's very skillful, TJ.
Is anybody looking? All right, it's a skill matchup.
Well, it tends to be. It depends on the deck lists prior to it. Otherwise, one person or one team is very favored over the other.
Yeah.
But it does require a lot of hand reading. You need to make sure to do resource management. You need to be able to understand, you know, the basics too, proper trading fundamentals on tempo, being able to adapt on the fly too, because sometimes Kazaku's potions don't go the way you want it to, or you know, other things like that. And of course, being able to force your opponent into awkward plays. So Complexity's already in a bad spot here. They were looking for a four mana play, and the best that they have right now at their disposal is a refreshment vendor, and it's really weak. G2 in the meantime has Twilight Drake on the curve, and your only advantage going second is to have an extra card and help get you that coin, which means you need to leverage that coin for a really powerful mid-game play, and refreshment vendor is not it.
Yeah.
So it looks like they play mind control tech because they just need something onto the board to help contest anything that comes out, and that's a good sign for G2 already.
Yeah, now I want to clarify when you know, I know a lot of people are going to give me crap for the skill matchup. Now, there's a chance that one side blows out the other side by, you know, having big threats, and that could be the case here. But if it's even, then that becomes the case. But let's go ahead and take a listen in as these teams go through the early stages of this match.
Oh, they're playing the stupid Shambler, right, as well. So we have to wonder if we're whacking it. I think it's just a one-time deal, right? If we bump into this now, we kind of just don't have to play around Shambler probably for the rest of the game, right?
Yeah, I like that take into it. What do you think, JJ?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Yeah.
I don't make that type of attack very often, but
I think it's good, yeah.
yeah.
I have a great Mortal Call here. I have a Shadow Bolt that I don't like too much.
Oh.
You don't like Bolt Coil?
So what do you want to play? I mean, why don't you like the Shadow Bolt?
Possibilities.
Maybe because, yeah.
I mean, you're saying you can attack it, then Mortal Coil it, and then you play what? MC tech.
No, kind of thinking if we can get something, or even tap, or if we just get like, I don't know, in-game boss Shambler.
I wonder.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9 or a giant. Yeah, okay, let's go. You can attack it and ping. Yeah, okay.
I don't know, it feels like a little waste of Shadow Bolt here, doing it.
Yeah, it's fine. You can also just attack it and Mortal Coil it up. If they Hellfire, we are happy. So yeah, whatever. And you can even draw healer and stuff.
Oh, that's great. That's
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, there it is. There. Yeah.
But there are a lot of good things that we get there.
Emperor.
Yeah.
Good.
All right, well, Emperor Thorstein coming down. It's a lot of value for complexity as far as their hand cost goes. But G2 has their own Emperor to back it up. And arguably, G2's hand is more powerful with it. While complexity is reducing the combo, and they're also reducing Jiraxis, G2 is reducing the brand Kazakis combo. They're also, reducing the
Brand, the
Shambler.
well,
Yeah, I guess it's pretty even. But Brand Kazakis being able to, squeeze that in for 5 mana as opposed to 7 is huge. And G2 is going to go ahead and protect their Emperor here. And at the moment, there's no way for complexity to deal with this other than, take that back.
yeah, Siphon Soul now is an answer directly to the Emperor. And I feel like that's definitely something that they're accounting for. But one thing that wonders how do you win back the tempo? Right now, if they play the Siphon Soul, the next turn if their opponent develops onto the board, what do they play then? Do they just play the Abyssal Enforcer and hope it kills everything? They're forced to do this because Emperor keep reducing all the cards to too much of a blowout. But right now they're in an awkward position, and it's just going to get worse.
Yeah. Brand Kazakis. And here we go. Super exclusive Trinity Series. Kazakis listening for G2.
On 5.
10. Yeah, 10. Let's go 10.
Deal 8 damage.
Yeah, I think the 8 damage is even the draw cards. Take the 8 damage.
Better than armor?
Yeah, definitely. Armor sucks. Oh man. And just the
6 AoE?
Yeah, I guess 6 AoE.
I guess 6 AoE.
Yeah, but now you need to take another 10. Now you need to take another 10. Yeah, now you need to take another 10. Sure. Get the health. And hope that come on. Oh, 1-9.
Oh.
And damage, right? Yeah, let's get damage again. We already have AoE.
Better than Sheeps?
Yeah, we already have AoE. The other one is already doing AoE.
I cannot play more. I cannot tap here.
Yeah, then pass. No, MC tech. You can just play MC.
Nah, MC tech here. Come on.
Why not?
Why? Because it's like also 3 HP. It plays into so much.
Yeah, okay, whatever. It doesn't matter too much. You don't.
Yeah, I think the Abyssal is fine.
Yeah, I think so as well.
It's a lot of value, right? And
So many possibilities.
if we tap, what are we hoping to draw, right? Like,
Yeah, I think that we need to start developing and hope we can maybe cheese with them with the Leroy combo.
there is one other play, and it's the Bruiser Doomsayer Shambler.
So many
Oh wow.
possibilities.
I don't like. Yeah, I don't think
I
that's
would
good.
just Abyssal.
Like, what do we do afterwards? Even if it procs and the tomb was
I think the brand
I
is
like
also.
Yeah, I don't care about it. You know what's just left? A Peddler. And probably something that I've forgotten about. I mean, like, but relevant effects is Peddler, right?
Brand is still alive.
You can just play Abyssal and kill his Abyssal.
Yeah.
It works like that, right? That's
Yeah, it works like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah, let's do that. I like it.
Then he can also play MC Tech maybe, because now he doesn't have a good way to play.
Yeah, I like playing MC Tech. Do you also like it?
Yeah.
We should, because we need to tap, right? Or do we do not?
We kind of want to tap. It's not super neat, but we kind of want to, yeah.
It's still like a free and they use one of their AoEs.
Under siege, guys. He's under siege. Look at this.
And at 10 mana, we have 8 damage.
You know that they now need Reno, right? I mean,
We have 14.
Yeah, they used already Scything Soul too, so...
Yeah, they need Reno. Yeah.
They're under siege, says Life Coach. That's a pretty intense way to describe a game of Hearthstone.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the mentality that they have right now. It looks like they're going to try to leverage the Kazakus potions for game-ending damage, or at least force their opponent to have a Reno and react to them. I like it. Complexity, they pick a Mountain Giant, which is their first real threat here with the Faceless Shambler. I think they're worried about overextending into the board, but I don't think that would be overextending too much.
Yeah.
You really want to decisively force your opponent's hand here. I think what they might be worried about is like maybe an opponent took like a Kazakus potion that could truly punish them for it if they took like Polymorph Random Minion and deal 5 damage, for example.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be the case though, because if you really pay close attention, you can see that they took 10 mana potions. Sometimes a little bit too fast to tell though.
Yeah. I mean, under siege, jeez. This board state.
Has that gotten you all hung up, TJ?
This really reminds me of the battle for Helm's Deep. And the Abyssal Enforcer is the orc with the exploding torch. And now, Complexity has sent out their Riders of Rohan to stop the siege in its tracks. The final defense for the Battle of Helm's Deep.
The only thing I know about Helm's Deep is that I lost a lot of those custom Warcraft 3 and
that was actually a sick custom map.
Helm's Deep?
I
Yeah.
agree.
Those were really fun to play back then. And I remember my friend used to love playing that in Diplomacy all the time.
Yep.
And then whenever we'd lose, we'd rage and go play Footman.
Yep. Amen to that, brother.
It's like 45 minutes wasted just to go play some other madness game. All right, well, Complexity picks up Brand Bronzebeard. Not going to be that useful in this position, considering that the only battle cries worth using it for are not in the hand right now. Looks like it's more of a Reno Jackson turn here from Complexity, because they're at such low HP that they need to consider going back up to full.
Yeah, now the question here is whether or not they play Second Ray Bruiser along with it or tap. And I'm really leaning towards tap, because Complexity understood the win condition fairly early on. They were finding well, Faceless picked up, so Complexity has assembled the combo. Let's go ahead and listen into G2 and see if they're going to spot this win condition potential from Complexity.
Okay.
So there is the Argus Shadow Bolt that is decent, but I'm also thinking of deal 8 damage into Reno.
I would definitely do the potion. I love the potion.
I love it too, because it's such a bad one, and here it's actually okay.
Yeah. It will never get so good again. So just do the 8 on the Reno. Yeah, I like it. You could have done a little bit more face damage, but I don't know. I don't think so.
I mean, we still have the combo. We have this other potion.
We have.
So we just tap or what?
But wait, what are we tapping into? We probably have no other option, but still.
Do we
Interesting.
do we ever Jirax's hero power here? Set up lethal.
I don't like it, but I don't know. I think we tap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Do we want to keep Brand Kazakus?
I think if you go Brand Argus, we can sneak in a win. It seems like a desperate play, but it's not too obvious.
Don't you think the Bruiser Argus is better?
Yeah, I like those Argos.
And Bruiser Brand?
Who knows what secrets
Yeah.
Oh.
Who knows what secrets?
Hmm.
I definitely guess we can tap here. I
Tap
guess.
Argus?
Yeah, Argus is good here, I think. Just because we have the MC to trade with.
You can also double trade and then you make the nether weaker.
Can we tap here? I feel this is a tap hand.
Yeah, let's tap.
Argus double trade is not that big of an investment, but it's still like really good.
Why do you want to trade? I mean, don't you just want to play? I mean, don't you just play Defender and Shadowbolt?
Why do we want to play Shadowbolt for the damage? Like that we deal 4 damage?
Yeah, I mean, and because we just have the mana, I don't know. And I mean, you can. Yeah, you can also trade it. I don't mind. You can also just trade it. It's fine.
Sylvanas.
Sylvanas Argus is pretty good, right?
Like, we can also die to combo, but I don't think we can play around it.
Yeah.
So the
I think-
options are Sylvanas, Defend of Argus, or Tab Twisting.
I like Sylvanas Argus. It's better than forget tapping for twisting. Yeah, I think Sylvanas good.
Why don't we just tap and play Sylvanas?
Then he is
If we don't
10,
need
12.
twisting. Yeah, he still need, I think he needs like most of it. Right?
Oh, okay, that's what you're saying. I can also see.
He needs all of the combo, right?
Yeah, okay.
Or
Yeah.
all of it. And he needs,
Yeah.
I think he needs a 3-card combo.
Yeah, I think that's realistic.
Come on, come on! Almost.
Just Sylph, right?
Yes.
I have no time for games.
Okay. They might not have nether. The Sylvanas is not good into nether, right?
We have 9, 11, 15, 23.
We are 5 off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 off. We are 3 off.
Yeah, 3 off with Leary Hayfair, yeah.
Do we trade? Do we tap trade?
So many possibilities.
Tap trade. And it's never Jaraxxus or what?
No. Why? Why do you want to go to 15? I feel that's losing against combo.
So how would you play it?
I want to tap, I think.
Yeah,
And
What if we just go like Leroy Reno? We put them at 8. Is that too risky?
Yeah.
They used Reno, they used Siphon Soul, they use Vendor, they have Farseer, they only heal.
6, 13, 15, 19, and they go to Wefield Steam. Yeah. No, I would do that. I like it. Reno and Leroy. I think that's cool.
all face.
Yeah, all face. Yeah, sure.
No, I'm thinking, do we trade like a 1-1 maybe?
No. Why? I hope with the Reno, why did you play the Reno 2? Was that any? Nah, whatever.
It's extra pressure that doesn't let
Play
us
around combo. Let's say they kill the MC tech and they steal the Abyssal, we die to combo.
Interesting. That was a pretty weird play, but I don't know. I guess they're just applying pressure and setting up for the Kasakas pushing as lethal. And right now, I don't really see a way that Complexity gets out of this. They have to heal, and they can't heal and clear board. It looks like they're probably going to have to go with a.
Yeah, Twist Nether means that they die to just burn.
If they Jaraxxus, they only have 2 mana left, which means they could fit in Power Overwhelming and Mortal Coil. And it looks like they're just going to try and clear off the board.
Okay.
Well, this is going to leave them dead. They find a way to clear, but they will just be dead to the 8 damage Kazakus potion.
Yeah.
But I guess it's the only thing that they could really do. And there it is. G2 takes the Reno Warlock mirror, and it's going to bring this to at least a game number 9.
Yeah.
But a lot of matchups still left to overcome for G2 if they're going to want to win. But Tice looks pumped.
Yeah, that's a hard game to play. You know, it's very tense. Both teams constantly on edge of potentially getting completely blown out by a Leroy Jenkins combo, so they're always keeping it in the back of their mind. And you know, one team's really pushing for it, but they don't want to be too obvious, so they're trying to hide information. Really nice back and forth there, and I think that's a good demonstration of why people like this matchup a lot.
Yeah, it did just seem like sort of an uphill battle for Complexity, just because of the fact that they didn't really draw any threats. You know, they had combo and Emperor Thorstein early, but they were never able to find a situation where they could use it. And, you know, despite some creative plays there at the end to try and stabilize and set up, they weren't able to take it. But now they still have 3 decks left to try and fight up against this Reno Warlock. They have one good matchup, one reasonable matchup, and one bad matchup. Druid being the good, Reno Mage being the reasonable, and Dragon Priest, assuming it's Dragon Priest, but any kind of priest will sort of fit the same boat, is the bad matchup. So I think it's going to come down to if they can take a win with Druid or the Mage here. And if they can, they win the series.
Yeah, well, I'm going to look to Druid being the first one, and then Mage being the second on deck, and they leave the last for the Priest. Look, if you have to lose the series, you want to leave it towards, you know, you want to put your best foot forward here. And try to close it out. Don't let your opponent catch up at game score at all.
Yeah.
Just try to end it as fast as possible. So I really like utilizing Druid in this position because Druid's just been favored against Warlock for such a long time now, with Jade's being able to put on that pressure that they can't overcome.
Yeah, Complexity would not only pass them in game score, but also in standings if they with a win here, because I think they're only 2 games behind. As long as they win in this game. So let's go ahead and jump into it. It is going to be the Reno Warlock once again for G2. That is the combo version, as we saw Leroy towards the end of the game there for G2. And Complexity going to assume that it's Jade, but we haven't really seen anything to indicate that fact. But again, predictability has been the theme of this matchup. Consistency with lineups and strategies for both of these teams. And so I can imagine that it is going to be the Jade. Jade's just too good against the field, the specific field that you're going to be up against. It's too good in the matchups that it's good against to give it up for something different. You can opt to, say, you know, bring the Kun Cthulhu, which has similar matchups. Kun Cthulhu does incredibly well against Reno Warlock. Really the only thing that Reno Warlock can do to win that matchup is either pressure early or Dirty Rat the Cthulhu. Both, you know, incredibly unreliable strategies.
Yeah, well, you know, it's not impossible. It's just unlikely. And with an opening hand like Twilight Drake into Fiesta Shambler, that is a way you can beat them, especially if Druid has anything to ramp up after this Wild Growth turn. Looks like Fandral is going to be pretty annoying to deal with, though.
And nothing to follow it up with, though. They have Azure Drake. But Azure Drake doesn't really do much into like a Twilight Drake. It just gets eaten. Eaten up. But let's go and listen into Complexity. See if they can pick up something that they can use with this Fandral.
We have Emperor as well.
Yeah. Gonna hit him in the face.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, Shambler paying off here.
Yeah, let's go, Shambler. Cool.
Another one.
And kill the dragon.
Yeah. Oh, hopefully no reps still are. Oh, come on.
Is or what?
Yeah, it's Emperor.
Yeah. Just Emperor.
Pass.
Yeah.
Take this.
Okay, so wait. They don't have Nourish, which means, I mean, what is their hand? They don't have Nourish, or they don't have additional card draw. So maybe it's actually...
They
Okay,
don't have
so-
ref either.
They don't have red either. But you definitely copy the Sorisen, right? That's what always happens.
Is it better than 4? Yeah. I think with this hand we copy Thorson.
Yeah, okay. So let's copy Sorisen.
Do we respect Thorson here? I don't know. It's so bad.
No, I also don't know. Maybe we just double trade in Defender. What about that?
We have such a minion heavy hand. We definitely play the board here. We are not going face.
I mean, if we plan on Shadow Flaming next time, we can just go face. I don't know.
What do you want to go face or what you don't want
No,
to double
I don't want to go face with this minions. So many
Yeah, let's
minions.
double trade in Defender,
Yeah,
right?
double trade Vanguard then. Killing Emperor is too expensive.
I mean, Sylvana's Shadow Flame can be really good later. I don't want to Shadow Flame next turn. They are playing 1 minion, 2 minions.
No, I think so.
Is it Drake?
You can also Drake, Falnos, Hero Power.
Is the Jade Spirit not better? No, problem. No, it's not.
I mean, it's either Rag or Drake, Falnos, Hero Power.
Kind of fun to shapeshift this down, but then we can't kill Emperor.
I think the Rag is really good here. But if I have Sylvanas, Sylvanas PO,
I don't think we need the rag here.
Okay,
Sylvanas.
let me just play Drake every time, right?
Yeah.
Can even pick up mulch. Yeah, just play that.
Down Hero Power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. They get a second discount, we're just kind of meh, right? But they all.
Okay, I see directly a pretty solid play here with Brand Peddler second-rate Bruiser because we can pick a Mortal Call or the Shooter.
Yeah, let's do that.
Do you like
Yeah,
also
Drake.
Brand? We need to
Yeah,
kill that.
go.
Who knows what secret?
Yeah, but first Peddler, try to find Coil and then play Bruiser and then do the trades and stuff.
PO?
Yeah, okay.
Shit. Light Warden, I guess.
Yeah, Light Warden, yeah.
Okay, now we are.
I mean, you just play the Imgang or not. Imgang trade the Dragon. Get another discount.
Almost out of time.
It's better than the Bruiser, right?
We have to trade this.
Yeah, let's trade this, and now it's Imgang or... oh, it's Light Warden too? Yeah, let's do Light Warden. They didn't
Let's
have
just
swipe.
do it, right? They don't have
Yeah.
swipe, so.
Light Warden is fine, and then the question is Bruiser or... No, now it's Imgang boss. Yeah, let's do Imgang boss.
No. Maybe should have played Bruiser, but
No,
it's
no,
so
no,
bad into. It's so bad there into the.
What?
It was so bad into the.
The Bruiser would not be good, right? Bruiser wouldn't be good.
Man, this is starting to pile the other way here. If you're G2, do you feel happy or unhappy with how things have gone, TJ?
I don't know. This one's tough. They're getting so many discounts on Emperor Thorsan, but it's on pretty inconsequential minions here. Maybe not so much, but you know, past that like second discount, you really don't, you know, do much. They have Sylvanas Shadowflame, very cheap. They have another Emperor Thorsan to get another discount. If you can get Lord Draxus down to like 6 mana, all of a sudden you can tap Draxus and Hero Power, which can be crucial. But as far as like furthering their win condition, they don't. They have all, not all reactive cards, but they're in just a really weird spot. And they're actually going to get another Emperor discount. So this Gadgetzan Auctioneer goes down to 3 mana. Jade Blossom is free. That's a 5 mana Ragnaros. They can play their whole hand next turn almost. That's incredible.
Yeah, and the big thing I think is the Auctioneer being so cheap with them that they're able to cycle through their deck and be able to get more copies of Jade cards. G2 does have Twisting Nether, but they're going to need to use it soon if they want to preserve their board.
Yeah, 1 mana 4/5 taunt and a 4 mana Emperor is pretty big, but they can't trade into the board. And they're really just throwing this stuff out there to die. They're going to have to use Power Overwhelming in order to make these trades. I guess I just came off the Peddler, so it's not that big of a deal. But this is going to be Complexity's opportunity to maybe start coming back on this board a little bit, as they've, you know, pretty much been at a loss almost the whole time. And now the Nourish comes. That would have been great on turn 5, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Let's go and listen to Complexity and see how they're planning to deal with all these resources.
Can we start with... Do you want to play Rag this turn or not?
Try to Emperor or?
You can also go Gatisan Nourish for mana, Jade Blossom stuff. And then play a Jade
No, I don't
Spirit.
like that. We could go Gadgets and so maybe.
Yeah, but I think
Gadgets
we
and
nourish
Jade
for
Blossom.
I think we nourish for mana then.
I like going for the Rag and the Jade Spirit. Yeah. I think this is good because we just need to get one big swing here. Where I had on the
Do we
top
play the
side.
Jade Blossom for the body? No.
No, I would not do it, right?
We play the expensive Jade Spirit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the hero power is not. Ah, it's really maybe not making it possible.
No,
That's a good one. Yes.
Okay.
Sylvana's Shadow Flame is aggressive, but I kind of like that. We
Oh,
tap
really?
here?
Wait, how much is it? 7, 8 plus 8 is like 16, right? They go down to 9.
We should wait one more turn with Sylvana's Shadow Flame, I think, right?
But we leave rack up. What is your plan? I mean, I want a Jirax's hero power next turn, maybe.
I actually like that, yeah. And then we can tap first. Tap first, right? We tap first now.
First.
Can
I
we
actually really like Sylvana's Shadow Flame here.
You can also play it next turn with Jiraxos, but without hero power.
Yeah,
No,
but we
I
have
like
Nether,
it.
like we have Nether for the big if they do something insane.
No, I like
Sylvana's Shadow Flame is fine.
We have to kill him. We have PO left. We have Leroy left. I really want to be aggressive now.
This
But you
Sylvana
should also
and MC tech, right? And
NMC tech, right? Yeah, NMC tech. You should also. Yeah, just go get him.
Let's not give them any time, any room.
No, that's
Yeah, this is super
Oh,
aggressive.
it's so good, guys. It's so good.
yeah, I think it's
I mean the uber nuts, not just the little nuts.
So we probably have to try to get double swipe.
I think we auction here when we blossom first.
Yeah.
We should probably rat the Rag.
Yeah, we have the Ragnaros.
Always has to happen.
We have to get a mulch.
I think I like the wild growth most.
Yeah, I like the micro also good.
Yeah.
Hey, stupid Rhinolog, why does it always do it? I'll just play this. Just innovate.
I already did this.
Just do everything you see. Innovate. Wow.
Much
Oh wow.
better.
Yeah, mulch swipe.
Now we need exactly Leroy, right?
Yeah. If they don't have Leroy, we stabilize.
Combo. Like, and not the full, but like P or something.
What does this card do? After you cast a
nothing. It does nothing.
If you tap, Pio or Leroy are lethal if you tap.
Leroy is. I don't know about tapping.
What is it? What?
If you tap, you get 2 outs at lethal, 2 out of 14.
Yeah, well, I mean, what? Jiraxos is not doing it, right? Jiraxos is? No, Jiraxos is...
Right. Trade the auctioneer, then we go to.
What is with Jiraxos double face? Is it anything? They don't have reach, right?
We need to trade gadgets then.
No, they don't have reach. They don't have reach. Just play Jirax's face. Jirax's face.
Really,
Everything.
really.
They don't have reach. There's nothing, right?
You're sure? Okay, then I'm for sure.
There's nothing. And don't play Mistress. Just everything
I
face.
don't know. Really? I would have traded Auctioneer maybe.
That's
Which breaks the weapon, and we can.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if I like mulch.
I think we have to move if we have to clear everything.
Yeah, and you need to play taunt as well, right?
They probably have Siphon. Do we have to play the taunt?
We can play around twisting by going Ancient of War, Jade Idol, Hero Power, maybe double trade. I don't know if we need to trade them.
So we mulch? Yeah, we mulch, right?
I would try to clear and shapeshift and not war.
Time waits for no one.
Oh yeah, I think maybe you're right on that. Oh, I like the swipe here.
Yeah, swipe and to.
They don't want Auctioneer to extend.
So they have 0 damage now, yeah. Oh yeah, that's really nice.
Aha.
Just play, I guess, twisting.
How about red? Oh no, probably not red. Because we want a Doomsayer with the 6/6?
Yeah, I mean, we just lock it down, right? If you twisting here, we Doomsayer and we make the Infernal, we just locked it down, right? There's nothing.
I think if we Doomsayer, we just, yeah. Because then they have to kill Doomsayer also. What has to be insanely hard.
No, they cannot. They cannot. There is nothing.
And they cannot kill us at 6. Double swipe is gone. The fair rage is gone. They just cannot kill us, right?
There is nothing. Yeah, you can just twisting Doomsayer, Infernal attack the face, and we see it. Yeah. Yeah, and that's just GG.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good, guys. Very good.
I almost had a life too. Come on.
I'm almost out of cards.
That's game, right?
Yeah.
We
can give you a lot of things.
We can't get Hellfire here, or something like that, or Soulfire.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Recycling, but they don't have anything. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow! Sick.
Oh, God, oh, guys.
Oh my god, that was sick.
that's like uber important. You
Wow.
know
Yeah, like the mage and the priest left, guys.
that. Imagine the priest, guys.
Oh, come on. Come on.
You know why this is really good? You know why this is really good? Because they should be down with the moral. Because
well, they say mage and priest left, but is that a good thing?
Maybe. I mean, Complexity could be playing Temple Mage. It could be playing Reno Mage. If it's Temple Mage, maybe not such a good thing. If it's Reno Mage, they're right back in it. I mean, they've already got the momentum on their side, and it seems like all the attitudes are starting to flip. You can see they're being very creative, saying, like, this is good, this is good, this is good. And Complexity is just, they're a little bit quiet. You know, they're not as chatty as before, and it feels like the tides are starting to turn.
Yeah, and this would be not only a good win for the standings, but also a good win just from like, you know, feeling good about your team and how it's working. If you can come back from that much of a deficit, 5-2 was the score just a few games ago, and now Complexity down to 2 matchups that aren't necessarily good matchups. They have to, you know, the Dragon Priest is really hard matchup against Arena Warlock. And, you know, the Reno Mage is probably going to be the hope for Complexity here, that they can take a win in this, you know, crucial game number 10 that we're about to see between these two teams. And again, there's still merit in limiting the amount of game wins that you give to your opponent. It really matters that they close out the series as quick as they possibly can, because those things really matter as we get towards the tiebreaker stage and as we go into the final week.
Yeah, and remember, guys, whoever wins this series is pretty much guaranteed to go to the playoffs and lock up their spot because then the worst score they'll have is 4-3, and we already know that 2 teams will have 4-3 only at the worst, which means that their record will already be 2 of the best from there. And the tiebreakers are really good as well.
Yep.
So a very monumental series for how the playoffs will shape up. And, TJ, it's just it feels weird if we have Trinity Series and G2 are not at the finals. I will say that Complexity is a very strong team, so it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever to see them. But it feels like you got to beat G2 at a playoffs to prove yourself as worthy of the title.
Yeah, it has been a long series so far. So now the players are taking a brief moment to grab water, refresh a little bit before we jump to the next game. So it's going to be just a minute before we get into what could be again the final game of the series. I know we've said that for the past
it's a match point for 3 games
hour and a
now.
half, yeah. And these are grueling matches, But one thing's for certain is that G2 has momentum on their side, and you can never underestimate momentum, just as you can never underestimate determination and
character, perseverance, grit,
the drive to win.
Yeah, heart of a champion. Yeah, G2's already been called the best by so many for so long that perhaps that starts to, motivate other teams, saying, you know what, G2 is good. I respect those players, I respect their accomplishments, but our team is maybe just as good. If you look at Complexity, for example, last year, JJ killed it in a lot of tournaments like DreamHack. Crane made it to one of the championships, and Yaga got pretty close too, and a couple events are making a big splash. They're not walkovers by any means.
Yeah, well, taking a look at the class wins here, Complexity is a team that has pretty much even wins across the board. They did get a slight boost from Paladin for today, since they did win a few matches today with Paladin. But they are at the top of the standings, and you can tell their top class wins isn't, weighted. They have pretty much even wins across the board, which is pretty cool to see. G2, Paladin, of course, because of their sweep, but Druid has been such a successful class for them. Maybe not so much today, but in the past, it's been one of their catalysts in winning a lot. They've been in situations where they've been behind, and they've won unfavored matchups with Druid. So Warlocks is getting up there. They haven't had much success in the previous weeks, but with a few wins today, they're bumping that stat up.
Yeah, certainly. You look at G2, and it seems that they have huge spikes in their performances. They can lose a couple here and there, but then they have a class and they just go on a big run. Paladin and Druid, and now what seems to be Warlock. Paladin, of course, the class that surprises everybody still to this day of how well it's performed in the Trinity Series. And, Complexity got 2 crucial wins with Paladin, too, upping their Paladin win stat, too. It doesn't surprise me considering that Crane, back when Patron Warrior was a thing, Crane was one of the most successful players with Patron Warrior prior to him even becoming a notable player in the community's eyes. And him piloting the Anyfin Paladin, well, is not surprising. JJ, of course, is a player that always looks for the combo decks. This is his favorite part of the game. Loves playing Rogue and loves playing Patron as well. And then Yagut's a big Rogue player too. So the fact that they can pilot Paladin is not surprising to me.
Yeah, it really sort of fits their style. And they have opened with Paladin a lot of the weeks, and they've taken the opening win in a lot of their weeks. So it's definitely had success, and it is a surprise that Paladin has been good, but if you look at the way the matchups have played out, it's not, that much of a surprise just because of the fact that the aggro's off the table, so Paladin becomes so much better if that's the case. But here we go, game number 10. Can Complexity close it out and end this series 6-4, or will G2 take it to that game number 11? It seems like their past couple weeks have gone down to game number 11, and they've gotten the wrong end of it. They've lost in game number 11. So we'll see if that can change this week and if they can make this comeback a reality.
All right, well, looks like it is Reno Mage, Rat, and Farseer does heavily indicate that. Interesting that they have both Farseer and the Acolyte of Pain. That usually tends to be one or the other choice because one tends to be more aggro-oriented, one tends to be more value-oriented. So I wonder if they're just playing a leaner Reno Mage in general and just feeling like they want to have a lot more lower curves so they have better plays more consistently against things such as Shaman because they didn't ban Shaman.
Well, G2 has had some pretty explosive opening hands in their past couple wins with Reno Lock. Oftentimes, Twilight Drake into Shambler into Emperor has been a trend for them so far in the series. And turn 1 Mistress of Pain is not something that we see often, but they're going to go for it here. Considering they don't have a turn 4 play, it does make sense.
I mean, they have to be cautious. In case it is Temple Mage, they have to get onto the board in that instance, but they're not going to be giving up a life tap anyways. So they have temporary board control, make sure that no Mana Worm or Sorcerer's Apprentice could control them. And when they see that as an Acolyte of Pain, I think they're going to get an idea of what kind of deck it is.
Yeah. And Corn Acolyte of Pain, maybe not on their minds when they were thinking about, what could possibly beat them in this scenario, but definitely something that has traditionally been able to, I don't want to say farm, but if you can get an Acolyte of Pain and get a couple draws early as Reno Mage in this matchup, and you find the removal to every threat that they can have, you can run away with the game.
It keeps them even, I think, at the very least, because what Warlock's really good at this early stage of the game is life tapping and getting ahead. I mean, G2, I don't like playing any 3-mana minion here because they want to hit some of their more impactful minions. Complexity, though, looks like they're going to have to draw for some more answers. Let's go ahead and listen into what these teams are talking about.
Yeah, he did.
My eyes
We have Polymorph as well, that's kind of nice.
Polymorph was really good.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they would have healed it, and then they would have hit it. So, and it was not even worse.
Tap?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, we have nothing.
Yeah.
I'm not too happy using that here, but... Dirty Red, is that ever something you can do here?
Dirty Red.
Probably not, right?
I mean, it's not. There is. What do they even have in the deck? It's not too many things. I mean,
It's bad versus Medivh, and that's pretty much it.
Shambler, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe it's okay, I don't know.
yeah, I think you can play it. Yeah, just.
Really? Okay.
Or you want PO this 3/3 now? This is better, right? Just Dirty Red, yeah. And then 2/1 goes into phase, I guess, or what? Oh, yeah.
I've attacked it there.
Okay, these turns are really important.
I think we ping the Acolyte first.
Do we have to ping? Since...
I would like to bump the Acolyte. We can always just ping him in the face.
Yeah, but why don't we just ping the Acolyte? We don't have any other 4-drops that you want to play, and when we trade our both, we ping and play Felnos. It's very good, right?
Yeah, I like that.
Sure. Yeah, we can do that as well.
It's all about the draw, or am I mistaken?
No, that's fine.
Yeah, we still play Felnos. Double trade.
The opening attack was good.
Can be second-rate Bruiser and Doomsayer?
I really want to Doomsayer, yeah, and I also kind of want to make sure it works, Doomsayer.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to Bruiser. Earthling is not doing it. Ah, the Doomsayer was so good last turn. Holy. Yeah, we do it, right? Bruiser.
Yeah, I think it's good, yeah.
Well, G2 sort of desperate to find a way to get back on the board in this situation. You know, playing this Doomsayer hiding behind the second-rate Bruiser. They have an option to Dirty Rat here. Try and pull out something impactful. You know, they could trade in both of their draws and then Dirty Rat and clear whatever comes out from G2's side. But maybe they feel like they need to stay on the board.
Yeah, I think what Complexity is going to try to do is just straight up remove here. Because you don't want, your opponent wants to go into a turn 6 pretty cleanly. So I think using the Arcane Blast is okay. I was thinking about Flame Lance originally, but then you would have to give up most of your board. So I think this is a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, they're cycling so much. They've gotten 3 draws off this Acolyte so far. They're going to get 4.
Yeah, the Farseer onto the Acolyte Pain was actually surprisingly clutch. And now G2 is going to reduce this decent hand. I mean, they reduce combo pieces, which is something to consider. But they don't have any impactful minion besides Emperor Thorson as a proactive threat. Complexity, they're also kind of in the same boat. They have a very reactive hand, not a lot of proactive minions themselves.
Yeah. Now, the choice here for Complexity is, do we use the Flame Lance? Flame Lance has other uses in the matchup with Mountain Giant. But other than that, or Twilight Drake, but other than that, there's not too many things that it hits. The other option here would be to try and look for something with the Acolyte of Pain. They can hit him with Acolyte of Pain. If they don't find anything to do with this Thorsan, they can still like Blizzard and then trade in the Blood Mage Thalnos. They could still Flame Lance after that, and they're not sacrificing too much. They're sacrificing 1 damage to give themselves like 1 more card's worth of information. And you heard JJ talk about it. He said these turns are incredibly important. The early turns sort of set the stage for the rest of the game, especially going into this matchup.
I actually do kind of like Flame Lance. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Well, I'm pretty sure you guys know what that means.
Yeah.
Looks like it's a little unfortunate, but Complexity has not been able to take that turn due to some internet issues.
Yeah, and of course the ruling as is standard for most tournaments is a regame for if there's not that lethal setup on board. So we should have a regame. If Super JJ continues to disconnect, then he won't be able to play the rest of the series, and Crane and Mystery Yagut will have to take over his decks. So I think he gets maybe 1 more chance, but we'll see. We'll try and get it back online as quick as possible and move into the game. But a bit unfortunate for them, considering it looked like they were in a pretty good spot for that match.
Definitely didn't seem intentional in any capacity because Reno Mage, I think, had the advantage, at least from the information that we had. And that kind of start is not very common. That Warlock doesn't have a lot of big threats that Mage had to remove. Mage saved their removal for a bunch of stuff. You have Polymorph and Flame Lance, so you can answer the big turn 4, turn 5 plays, and they didn't even need to do that. So you definitely can feel like Complexity is a little bit upset that happened.
Yep, and it is a confirmed regame. So again, we'll jump into that as soon as we're able to, as soon as we get JJ back online and into the match. Probably a helpless feeling for you, Goot and Crane. They're probably sitting there like, hey, JJ, this play's probably pretty good. JJ.
It's not doing anything.
JJ.
Single tear rolls down the cheek.
Yeah. But
I don't know. I don't think Crane and Yagut are the emotional types.
Yeah, I agree. But let's go ahead and take a look at some more statistics while we wait for this next match to start. This is total Warlock wins across all of the classes. Surprisingly enough, Virtus Pro is the team that has won the most with Warlock. And close in second is Alliance. All 6 of those Warlock wins came from their week number 4, I believe it was, where they swept the entire match with Reno after being down 3-0. They came back and won all 6 matches. Other than that, Reno Warlock since a few teams have brought Zoo, has been just pretty mildly successful. There's been 5 weeks of play, and most of these teams are floating around 5 wins with Warlock. So 1 win on average per week is about standard for what we've seen. Tempo Storm, nothing.
Yeah, still rocking that donut. And Virtus Pro did have 5 wins from yesterday, so they were on even-ish grounds going into 5 weeks, but week 6, they were able to get a huge spurt of Warlock wins. So it doesn't necessarily mean too much, to be honest. It doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, like Templestorm has like bad Warlock players and Virtus Pro has the best Warlock players. It just means that they were able to piece together a run based on their strategies. And sometimes the Warlock loses the favorable matchups, as we saw. You know, Dragon Priest sometimes beat the Warlock, or sometimes Reno Warlock beats the Jade Druid and is able to get extra wins it shouldn't have.
No, I think those statistics show whoever has more wins is the better Warlock team.
Okay, so the Virtus Pro is the best Warlock team in the world.
In the world right now.
In the known universe, across all 3 dimensions that we can touch.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I can't really argue with that logic.
Nope, you can't. And now it's going to be up to G2 to see if they can continue their success with Warlock. Maybe they can. Let's see. They had. No, they only had 4. They can make it 6.
Yeah, they can make it 6, but. Not really much else. We're really running out of topics to talk about here, TJ.
So what's your favorite card?
My favorite card? Like in general right now, my favorite card to play currently would probably be Aviana. Because I really like the animation of it, and I like the cards. And
What's your favorite
sweet
food?
combo where she's just like...
What's your favorite food?
And I like her art animation. Aviana is definitely my waifu of choice. Like to spread those wings and really fly.
Fascinating, Dan.
My favorite food, chicken wings.
Chicken wings. All right, and on that note, we're still waiting for JJ to reconnect. In the meantime, we're gonna give you guys a cool spot the lethal puzzle. So enjoy this. When we come back, we'll get back into the series between G2 and Complexity.
So many options.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Trinity Series presented by ESL and Twitch. TJ joined once again by Frodan, and we have gotten Super JJ back, but due to instability with his connection, Crane will now be piloting the deck. They'll still be communicating. They're also on a call together, but just to be safe, if Super JJ disconnects again, Crane's going to be piloting the deck so they can still play in the event of that disconnect. But again, it'll be a regame. It'll be once again the Reno Mage versus the Reno Warlock, and I'll start from scratch.
We're gonna resume from 5-4 score, and TJ and I will still be here casting with a little bit more of a full stomach in between that spot the lethal, which I spotted instantly, by the way, TJ, because I am a pro. I got some nice popcorn chicken wings, so felt good.
I'm glad to hear that, Dan.
Yeah.
A full
It's not actually my favorite food. It's just I saw it on the table, and it was the first thing that came to mind. I'm like, I'm pretty hungry.
A full Dan.
This series has been lasting for a long time. It might go the distance. It might go all 4 hours.
Yeah. A full Dan is a happy Dan, and a happy Dan is a happy Hearthstone.
Yeah. Well, the quickest way to a man's heart is through his stomach, is the saying. So.
Actually, the quickest way to a man's heart is to his chest, but a lot of people get that confused.
It's actually through the esophagus, the correct term. Well, similar start here for G2. They got the Mixtures of Mixtures, but their hand is looking a little better with that Mountain Giant. Complexity does not have that Acolyte, and Complexity does not have that card draw, but they do have a Polymorph for the Mountain Giant, so things could end up being okay for them as well.
Yeah, this is a little bit similar to their position. They're just not getting the card draw that they need. But let's go and listen into G2 and see how they want to tackle this early game.
Yeah, always step if you want to play the Giant, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I mean, if you you don't Giant, so...
No, you tap, sure. I'm just sad because he could have played this and the Giant, but it's like whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it even that good against Mage?
The 2-4, no, it's fine. Oh yeah, they play a secret. Very, very good tempo. Very good tempo.
That's Ice Block, right? Do they play Ice Barrier?
Only Ice Block. It's only Ice Block.
I would keep it probably. I don't think it has a big impact on the board.
Yeah, we can keep it, honestly.
Yeah. Let's keep it.
Oh.
This is pretty good.
Yeah, we Giant here, right? Just Giant?
Yeah.
That's the Giant, yeah. Whoa.
Just the Giant, yes.
What?
Now we might have to play it so we can deal with them.
With Emperor, yes, I agree.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Yeah, we coin Emperor, right? We don't have combo piece, but...
No, it's insane. Let's go.
Capture Roxas, though.
Not sure how often we're gonna Jiraxus this matchup. Probably if we can, we do.
Jiraxus, oh yeah. He's really good in this matchup. They don't burn you.
As long as the torch is not being used, it's really good, yeah, but otherwise it becomes tricky.
They might have to use body now to kill Emperor.
This deck doesn't have enough burst. It just doesn't have enough.
Fireball, Torch, Frostbolt.
Yes, but they will use the Fireball at some point. And then we are good to go.
Well then, this is a much better opening hand for G2. Able to get Mountain Giant into Emperor Thorson. Even though it's a remove, the deed is done.
Yeah, you got to feel a little bit bad for Complexity here. Outcome could have been pretty different. I mean, the series could be on verge of closing out, and now G2's gotten a lot of life. Now, granted, their play this turn isn't anywhere near as good as it was the previous turns with Emperor, but they have a quality hand. And they pick up an opportunity to have Soulfire here. I'm not sure how good that is relative to their hand, but Soulfire is the highest individual value. Possessed Villager doesn't have any synergy with their hand, and Runic Egg is just a card draw, which actually could be valuable, depending on how it is. Like, there's a lot of AoE inside the Mage's deck, so Runic Egg could end up drawing a card.
Yeah. Well,
I think what's really powerful about G2's hand specifically is that they have a lot of AoE heal, and they have Jiraxis in the hand for a discount, which means that if they hit turn 10, or sorry, 10 mana, they can play Jiraxis and Hero Power in the same turn and start putting a lot of pressure onto the Mage. It is a little bit scary because Mage can start burning you down, but if they, budget their resources accordingly, force a lot of removal on minions, Firelance Portal's out, Torch is out, and then the Fireball Frostbolt's out, then maybe you can start putting pressure through the 6/6s and win that way. Because Reno Mage, as we've established dozens of times over the past few months of casting Reno Mage, is that they struggle with big, beefy boards. Minions with big booties are hard to kill.
Yes, they are. It's the motto I live by. Well, Abomination, not the best 5-drop from the Firelands portal. It's going to damage their own board, make it easier for G2 to clear, but let's go and listen into these teams now that we're getting to some crucial parts of the game.
You're at Sylvanas, maybe?
No, I don't like that. You have Dirty MC tech, there's no way that you ever do that.
Is it Nether? Is it too greedy?
No, not Nether. We need that for if they go Medivh with Kazakus.
Yeah.
That's Sylvanas I was just thinking of, like...
You cannot tap first.
No, you cannot tap. You cannot tap. So wait. What about just Sylvanas?
Yeah. The rest is mad, right?
I like just Sylvanas.
It's Sylvanas or Nether, I think.
I really don't like Nether.
I don't know. Like, they use Firelands, so like they probably don't have Medivh in the hand.
I mean, what do they do against this? I mean, the polymorph is used. Like, why?
No, it's good.
It's really good, right? Or...
It is good, but I'm just wondering, like, if Nether wasn't a bit better, but probably it's not.
I mean, they can just trade both minions into the Sylvanas. I mean...
Yeah, but that's fine. I mean, then
they cannot.
Go off. Oh.
And 4/4 into Sylvanas, ping off the 5/1, and then play Faceless.
Yeah, I agree.
How do we ever win like that, so?
Yeah, we are on board. I mean, with board control, we go into Drake, then I think it's fine.
We go Faceless though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Is there anything that messes up my ping? I should just play Faceless first, or...
Yeah. Play it.
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was just thinking if there's something that messes up the ping.
No, it's even bad.
It's only bad if it pulls.
Yeah, if it pulls, it would...
Okay, I also remember what the...
But also like dirty red, I don't know. But maybe not.
No, why would you dirty red that? I don't see that.
No,
you just play... Why don't you just play whatever? I don't know.
Do you want to ever Kazakus for 1 just here now? Kazakus for 1 spell?
Oh, yeah, let's do that, because we also have things for something else. We have Branson for something else. So let's just play Kazakus for 10 and the Refreshment Blender. Yeah, let's go.
We are looking for...
doesn't matter.
Resummon 3?
Yeah, resummon 3.
Deal 6 AoE?
Yes. That's very good. Really good.
And Fender, right?
Yeah, sure.
Makes me feel good that Lifegear sometimes plays the way I do, which is, just play whatever.
Yeah. He's like, oh, we should, I don't know.
He'd make a good caster. Oh, he should totally, oh crap, it's my turn to speak.
Let's see what they'll do.
Yeah. Read each card text, say the mana cost.
How many casters can we get in here?
Talk about the health totals.
Ooh, this hand is interesting. A lot of options here.
Yeah, he could Drake, or he could Flame Strike, or he could Fireball, or you know what, maybe Alarm Bot. Oh wait, no, you can Flame Lance. Just play anything.
Let's see, he has 8 mana crystals, which means he could play
Literally
a 5 mana and a 3 mana. Basically, this turn, he could play anything that adds up to 8 total mana. Ooh, real tough turn here.
Well, your opponent played Flame Strike, which makes me feel a little bit more confident going wider into the board, but you can't play Kazaka's Potion just yet. And your proactive threats are kind of weak. I'm actually kind of curious why they're saving Dirty Rat for so long. I guess because they wanted to save it for the Mind Control tech and then Siphon Soul. They wouldn't be able to get the value off of it anymore, the big combo.
Yeah, it's kind of weird this turn. They don't have really anything that just can be played on board as just a minion, you know?
Yep, can't tap either.
Yeah, so I think Dirty Rat sort of has to be the option here.
And they know that Robot's in the hand, too. Whoa.
Oh, man.
They just do that solely so they can put life tap and get deeper into their deck. The really funny thing, too, is that for what G2 knows, there might not be any other minion in the hand.
Yeah. Well, they will know this turn because that Alarmabot's going to pull out Astro Drake, and that's so bad for them, too, because
they lose the draw.
They needed the cycle. Oh, no. Disaster.
Tyce looks like he's unhappy, but I think they'd rather have that card be pulled out so they lose card draw. And Complexity is, they're pissed.
I'm pissed.
Well, I mean, I guess maybe D2's just laughing in general because the entire situation is just ridiculous. We haven't seen Alarmabot be played competitively ever in Hearthstone's history. The only times you've ever seen it has been through stuff like Unstable Portal and Mulch, and now we see it through Phases Summoner.
Yeah, Alarmabot, Conceal, and then Yashraj is about the closest it gets. But let's go ahead and listen in. I don't know, this is getting ridiculous. Let's see what the teams have to say.
I don't like the Blizzard here. I would...
Yeah, let's trade the Thanos, and worst case, we even ignore it. Let's just Flame Lance it and Farsi and ping him, right?
Yeah.
Or do we allow Alarmabot to get it for free? No, we can't attack. Sure.
Yeah, if it could attack, then I would say yes, but...
Yeah.
This is so weird.
That's more than
trying to...
We can just play the Kazakus Potion here.
Yeah,
That's
right?
more...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do it.
Come on, Emperor!
That's fine.
Nah, no Emperor.
I mean, we
knows
burst
one.
their board and we got 1 aura saves. I mean, that's perfectly fine.
I think we...
This fucking world is not fair, man. This fucking... Hey, I was never that sad.
We just pink face, right?
Yeah.
Both in the hand.
Yeah, no, I would really not dodge Raxus. Why should we just dodge Raxus? I mean...
They can pop the burn into burn. But, no, no, actually...
No, they cannot, right?
They can do it over time. They can top
they have a burn card and then draw another burn card and then they wait to draw another burn card. It's very rare, right?
Yeah, but now it's so good though. I mean,
yeah, it is so good.
The Raxus is now very good, right? Or what
there's no way we deal with Doomsayer. We cannot even tap. Otherwise we throw Earthen Ring in here or Argus or MC Tech.
I would just play the Jaraxus, yeah.
Yeah, we do it.
Yeah. I agree.
We just attack phase 2, right? Yeah.
We have to. It's good, it's okay.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Complexity. They just need burn after burn after burn after burn.
I can see who you're rooting for.
Burn.
I wonder what they hold on to Alarmabot for, if there's any value in it at all. Maybe, if they play Alarmabot, then they're revealing that they have no minions in the hand, because then it won't swap out. So it's a little bit risky.
Maybe it'll scare Complexity. G2. Maybe they'll be like, oh,
no,
what if their last card is Archmage Antonitis?
Right.
And it pulls it out, and they just fireball us to death.
True.
So maybe it'll force them to react to it.
But then they would want to play Alarmabot so that they could get that minion out for free.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's one of those things where I guess maybe you could extrapolate both of those things. If they had a minion, they'd probably want to play Alarmabot. Unless it was Alex Strauss. Even if it was Alex Strauss, would they be okay with it? Oh, Medivh comes into the hand.
That could be big. I mean, it's about the best draw they have in their deck, I suppose. And they're going to have to freeze this 8/8 to try and stifle some of this damage. But let's go and listen to G2, see how they're going to react to Medivh the Guardian.
So Bran is still on board.
We should probably Farseer our face just to play around the top deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Farseer hero power.
We can
faces.
copy that. We can copy and taunt, like copy
Yeah.
the 8/5. Copy 8/5, Earthen Ring face, another hero power.
Yeah, I like that.
Or do you want to copy a 6/6 or a 7/7? Like, do we need the 8/5?
No, copy the 8/5. Copy the 8/5.
I mean, actually, you can copy the 4/6 Bran. Oh no, yeah, actually, yes.
He doesn't do it.
It's
that
either
much.
the 8/5 or the 7/7. Like, copy Medivh.
I would go for 8/5.
No. It's what? You can copy.
Why would you copy the Bran?
You heal our face, and you can copy Bran, right? I mean, you can also just copy the 8/5.
I like the 8/5 more. Like, why all that copy Bran?
8/5, it's fine.
Yeah, 8/5 has to be better than Bran.
I'm just thinking if we need a taunt.
We need the taunt.
You can already proc, it's fine.
We do need the taunt, yeah.
Can we get something out of Fireball?
Yeah, the thing that deals 4 damage, right? With the when you hero power, the Inspire deal 4 damage. 6, 10.
Oh,
It makes a burn spell lethal if he doesn't have Reno, right?
yeah, we should go for it.
Yeah. Should we play the Vendor first?
Yep.
Can we get anything then? Oh, man. You don't want to fireball this turn, right? I don't know.
We have to. We're not getting more turns. We're dead.
Yeah,
We don't have more turns.
sure.
Time runs out on me.
As I probably have Reno as well.
On the other hand, this Inspire guy, we can get it next turn.
Yeah,
Actually, we just should do it. We can just do it all next turn, right?
yeah. I guess we can render us though.
It doesn't. Yeah, now he's got pinging in the face. The Vendor is not doing anything. It's
Yeah, it
has
doesn't
no
matter
effect.
really.
Yeah, let's just proc them. You
So we
attack
should,
with
like,
the Earthen Ring.
Farseer
Earthen
need to...
Farseer attacks the Medivh.
Actually, wait. You
No,
can
we
even
can
like
make
face tank it in Reno.
What?
You can even face tank it in Reno.
But Reno does nothing. We die if they have 5/5.
Ah, Reno is doing nothing. You just attack with the Earthen Ring, the Stewed, and then you attack with 8 and 6, the face. 8, 6, and whatever dude. And then you just produce Infernal, right? And that's it.
Maybe
Oh, no,
more. I
actually-
would like to play a 6/6 also.
Yeah. You also play more. Yeah, sorry. You also face the Shambler at 6.
The 8/5. Extra damage for if they Reno.
Yeah, okay, let's do that. I think we kill them anyways, but yeah, you can also do this. Yeah, sure.
I wanna have a free spot for Reno, I guess, for whatever. Yeah, even if they have the double burn that I'm not sure of, they can also just have the Reno now. It's, yeah.
No, that's perfectly fine what we did. Yeah, sure. This is how we played. Yeah. And then we just win next turn.
Yeah, but I'm like... Just,
The double top deck is less than 1%, guys. Please let's not talk about less than 1% if possible. Like, yeah, sure.
It's way less than 1%. It's 1 out of 14 and then...
Yeah.
Actually, it's 1 out of 7 and then it's 1 out of 13.
Oh, there are fireballs.
They have a fireball, yeah.
Yeah, sure. And
No,
The honor he faces it. Yeah, sure.
you have to attack the minion with taunt first. You have to attack the minion with taunt first.
so they have
5/5, guys.
They have priest left. I heard they have priest left.
Okay, but that's still, we have to focus. It's still
Well, G2 obviously pretty happy at the outcome of that match, but again, Tice making sure they stay focused. Even though Dragon Priest is a pretty good matchup for Reno Warlock, it's still not a guaranteed win.
No, it's not a guaranteed win. Nothing really is in Hearthstone.
Nothing is in life.
Oh, well, I mean, that's... Yeah, I guess so. I mean, life is the ultimate variance game.
Yes, it
life
is.
is not really fair, TJ, if you want to talk about that. And no one's willing to issue out balance patches. You can whine all you want. But you're dealt the hand you're dealt with, or you have to play the hand you're dealt with, and that's it. But
make the best out of every situation.
We're not here to debate about life's philosophies and unfairness. We're here to talk about card games and
their unfairness.
and their unfairness.
Yeah, but the last matchup is Dragon Priest versus Reno Lock. Each team only has one deck remaining. So it's a game number 11, another one. Last week we had 2 game 11s. Yesterday was quite the opposite. We had one 6-0 and one 6-3 or 6-2. Yesterday, both matches were shorter than this match so far. So this is pretty crazy to think that these teams, top of the standings, battling it out all the way to the finish line. Some grueling games so far, and it all comes down to this. Not what Complexity would have wanted the game 11 to come down to, but that's just the way it is. They have to try and make the best out of the situation, try and see if they can sneak a win against the Reno Lock.
Here we go, game number 11. The winner of this goes up as 4-2 in the standings, and convincingly puts themselves in the first place spot. We have a pretty decent opening hand for Complexity versus G2. Not exactly what they're looking for. They're going to probably be more than happy to start life tapping and hopefully pick up something else better. Secondary Booster's not bad. And it actually comes out on turn 3 sometimes pretty often if your opponent's playing pretty fast on curve. But that doesn't really line up usually the way you want to. It's kind of a bad sign if you have to play Secondary Bruiser over a 4-drop minion on the 4th turn there.
Yeah. So interesting turn of events for Complexity. They actually almost 4-keep. They throw away the Wormrest Agent, probably in search of a dragon to activate this Blackwing Technician.
Yeah.
But they do have Northshire Cleric into coin 3-drop. So those are very important to the overall game plan. And Blackwing Technician is huge because it's not met, it can't be met by Shadow Ball, but they don't pick up a dragon.
Well, not yet. They can still play the Cabal Talon Priest. That's still decent tempo on the board.
It's also buffing up this Northshire Cleric, which can generate a lot of card advantage over the course of the game if it's unable to be dealt with. But now let's go and listen into G2 as they look at this turn 3.
Fat pass. Hope we get a 4-drop.
It's
like
never
3-drops are bad here, right?
Healer is super bad aligning, right? Yeah, okay, I think.
Yeah, next time we can play Secondary Bruiser and Mistress, maybe.
Yeah. I saw
if
that.
we don't hit anything.
Yeah, okay. And wait, you think it's not... No, it's okay, yeah. Sure. You don't want to play the Mistress, right?
No.
No, because we can do Giant.
Yeah. Yeah, go. I know.
Do you play Mistress and Bruiser? Yeah. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, with having drawn the Sorisen, we need to tap because Sorisen will also reduce that, right?
All right, well, pretty good start here for Complexity, but Secondary Bruiser can be tough to deal with.
Yeah, I think that now they have an opportunity to start drawing cards with that Northshire Cleric being kept alive here. So I'd probably opt to go for that in some capacity here. I think playing Bran... Well, playing Bran does give you board dominance too, but drawing cards seems to be a little bit better of a position because you can also heal up and supplant, like to put yourself out in a better position on the board so you can't just get removed easily by AoE.
Yeah. There's going to be lots of cards drawn. They even pick up a dragon so they can play Twilight Whelp if they want to. It plays a little bit into Hellfire, but not too much, considering the health point of some of these minions. But maybe it's a little bit too disrespectful towards AoE if you do play the Twilight Weapon. Would force him to play off curve. And you are going into a Holy Nova turn with a Northshire Cleric on board. So actually, I kind of like it. The only reason I would keep it potentially would be to make sure that you have a dragon, but they also have so many dragons in their deck. And this is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's not exactly a good spot for G2. They don't have AoE. They have all their minions right now. Their strongest play is to, I guess, to... Well, Freshman Vendor is the strongest minion they can play individually, but that only leaves man to play Power Overwhelming. And if you Power Overwhelming, what do you even trade into? Either the Cleric or the Cabal Talon Priest. That's not too bad of a position if you play it, if you do it that way. But then your opponent has coming up on turn 5, which is really strong because they can play Operative or the Blackwing Corruptor, and your Freshman Vendor just gets eaten up. So maybe in the big grand scheme of things, G2 wants to life tap here. Because if they life tap, they're getting quicker access to AoE in general. Man, it's just so painful to be stuck in this position here if you're G2.
Yeah. They're going to have to. Ooh, they're going to trade into the Cabal Talon Priest, which means that Holy Nova could be a possibility to draw cards. Let's go and listen to Complexity now as we walk through this next turn.
Yeah, the Secret Agent is also pretty tempting, right?
We could also Cabal and then heal the.
It's too slow. We need something aggressive.
I like Corruptor for sure. Corruptor trade the 2/3. Pushes face damage as well.
Yeah, I agree. I like the Corruptor as well.
This must be better.
I wield the power.
We need to play aggressive.
Yeah.
It's also way better against an Emperor, for example, right? We go like either we go Brand Talon Priest or we go Talon Priest Heal it. Probably Talon Priest Heal it because
He will still be able to Mortar Coil, I think.
Yeah, most of the time.
Or do we Holy Nova? Bump Cleric Holy Nova trade the Talon Priest trade Heal.
So you're saying we outfit?
I think we should play. I think we should play the Operative and just trade the 5/4 and go face. Well, just play Operative first. I think it's very good.
Sure.
Secret agent coming through.
See it as
Oh,
well.
I don't see it.
MC Tech, Abyssal, Shadow Flame.
Abyssal, right?
I think it's the Abyssal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Take,
I think so as well.
yeah. Just do it and go face. We have
I
a
trade
good
the
shot.
5/4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a good shot on this game.
Okay. Yeah. That would be Mortal Coil on the 3/1, right?
We can also face as the 5/6.
Yeah, but you Mortal Coil first.
Yeah, Mortar Coil first, I guess.
Let's go.
I mean, I think they might have considered using Shadow if they had it, so...
Can we tap? Or is it?
Yeah, I mean, we need this MC tech, right? So, yeah, probably tap it.
I like tapping. I don't feel that Earthen Ring is doing much, so...
No.
Oh, that might be a reason to maybe... Nah. Keep...
To what? Have kept the PO or what? Nah.
No, the Faceless. To copy Faceless, but... to Faceless Shadow Flame.
I mean, we just copy the 5/6 now, right? We don't want to...
Yeah, there's nothing else we can do.
Well, Complexity, JJ, you can tell that he's, a little bit frustrated, but at the same time, he's like, this game is winnable. We have a real shot here. Looking at the hands, looking at the pressure that they've been able to apply early. It's just about finding the best trades on the board and trying to find damage from there. And they pick up Abyssal Enforcer, which is reach that G2 may not account for, or board clears that they may not account for.
Abyssal Enforcer counts as reach, 3 damage from the hand.
Oh, yeah. I mean, imagine if they get Abyssal Enforcer and then they Draconid Operative into Dark.
I must consider.
No.
Well, I mean, they could brand Abyssal Enforcer. I guess that's reach. 6 damage.
Yeah, it's the same as Brand Corruptor.
At the cost of your own board, assuming that's something that you're able to do. Complexity is just going to go for more card draw, and this is where the hero power from Pre starts to become kind of crazy, because it almost becomes like a life tap, except it heals your own minion in the process, and you're not costing your own life. That's the power of Northshire Cleric. Draconoid Operative just cementing the lead further here, and G2 is losing more and more grip on this game. And all started because this Northshire Cleric since turn 1 has not been answered. It's been on the board, dealing 1 damage per turn, drawing cards, being the MVP.
Man, this hand is just, there's nothing here. Base of Shambler doesn't have any targets. They could brand
6-10.
Earthen Ring Farseer to bring him up to 24 and Shadow Bolt down the Cabal Talon Priest, but they're still staring at a 5-6. Still can't deal with the Northshire Cleric has the potential to continue drawing cards. There's 2 more Draconid Operatives in Complexity's hand.
Yeah.
They could turn themselves into a Warlock effectively.
They could Draxus this turn.
They could, but if they Draxus this turn, they're staring at 8, 9, 10 damage.
Oh, wow. Brand Bronzebeard. I don't know what they got planned
Defender
here.
of Argus is... actually, yeah, Defender of Argus might make this a little bit interesting.
Okay. I thought they were going to do some really creative, like, Dirty Rat Shadow Flame play, but didn't have anything good.
Holy Nova's looking mighty fine.
Yeah. Well, they can heal and draw 2 cards. Can't really do much else. And they don't actually need any more cards, to be quite honest. They've gotten enough here.
Well, Holy Nova just is a really great clear here, even more so than drawing cards. But let's go now and listen into Complexity to see how they're thinking of trading.
I think the Abyssal is just too insane to not do it.
Yeah, I like the Abyssal as well. It pushes face damage.
I think we have enough cards there. I think it's insane.
Yeah, I actually like Abyssal as well.
Yeah, just go. We have enough cards. We don't need to draw the cards. This is insane. You're starting to threaten lethal every turn.
Okay. So that's some decent Shadow Bolt. We tap?
What do you? Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, nothing, man. I need to tap out.
We could Dirty Red Shambler and then Shadow Bolt it. It's not good, right?
No.
No.
Okay. Yeah, then tap.
Ha.
Oh man.
That troll MC tech. But can still work, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, we saw the card they had. So, do you just want to?
But like next turn, there is the MC tech Shadow Flame, maybe.
Yeah. So you want to Shadow Bolt? Do you want to Shadow Bolt this or what?
I'm not sure. It's so bad.
I think it's Shadow Bolt pass.
Dirty Red and Shambler. Dirty Red and Shambler is also possible. Dirty Red Shambler if you want.
I cannot do it anymore. I was thinking of that too. Dirty Red Shambler.
Like it.
Yeah, brand operative. Go.
Who knows what secrets will uncover? Secret agent coming.
It's Leroy. Ooh, they don't have Reno and they don't have Twisting. Yeah, it's Leroy.
I don't see it again.
Leroy,
It
take
doesn't
Leroy.
matter. I'm taking Leroy.
Oh, they don't have it. Oh!
And I'm gonna take a Siphon.
Yeah, take the Siphon.
I don't see it again.
Yeah. We just eat them. They have no Reno.
The two we got. The two ones we got were so much better than. Like the ones we picked were so much better than the others, so it didn't matter. You didn't see it. But
You see anything else?
It's probably dirty MC tech, see what happens, and then
Maybe we can even Shadow Flame then.
depends what you steal.
Maybe we can Shadow Flame then. Dirty Red MC Tech? Agree?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Engaging 6, come on. And now it's
Siphon the
Siphon,
6/6?
Yeah, sure.
Uh-huh.
No Shadow Flame or anything possible, right?
No, that's fine. So Lyra and Blackwing Corrupt.
Oh god. Hey. Oh god.
Oh wow.
Welcome to California, guys. Oh my god, this disconnect. Yeah. Oh god. When we win with the Priest against Reno Lock. Oh.
Oh my god. Why does this game have to be so hard on the nerves?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we just earned ourselves a spot.
That's an
At least one
insane
guy
win.
on their team is excited to go to the playoffs. The other two are just laughing nervously. So.
Yeah, I did get word earlier, I believe, that as long as Complexity wins a single game next week in their last match, not even if they win the match, if they win a single game in their match next week, they're guaranteed.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's a great spot for Complexity. They take the series in an unfavored matchup. Came down to the line. They had an unfortunate DC in the middle of the match. But in the end of the day, Complexity comes out on top and secures that first place spot. They'll be in first place no matter what at the end of the week, because no matter who wins Team Liquid versus Temple Storm, they can't possibly catch up in game score. So Complexity will be in first place going into week number 7. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, I imagine so. I think what makes it really nice, too, is Complexity showed a pretty well-rounded game. They played all kinds of decks today, and they won with 4 different classes. So that's pretty much how you want to do it. You know, it didn't exactly go the way that it was supposed to be either. Like, it always feels like maybe if you win the first game, you won the mirror, so you won the coin flip, and then as a result, you're able to counter. But it didn't go smoothly like that either. They had to fight back from, a bunch of unfavorable matchups, the same way that G2 did too. And some games that they were supposed to win, they didn't, and then they were able to bounce back from that too and win some unfavorables of their own. That's just kind of the nature and tug of war of last year's standing.
Yeah, but we do have an interview ready with Crane from Complexity. Hey, man, can you hear us?
Yep, I hear you fine.
So 5 hours of Hearthstone later, you guys managed to win the match. How do you feel after that big win?
Utterly exhausted, but also just so damn happy. Like, this was, we came from like the best spot possible, just having to beat the Reno Lock with like the Druid, for example, or even the Mirror. And then we were just super unfavored and still clutched in the very last chance with the Priest. Holy moly.
Yeah, and this all but secures your spot. We tried to crunch numbers real quick, and I believe if you win, as long as you win one game next week in your match, not even if you win the whole series, but if you win one game, you guys are headed to the playoffs here in California. How excited are you guys at the prospect of coming here for the playoffs?
I mean, that's the goal. The goal is to win, but first of all, the goal is to get top 4. And I think it has to be some insane results that have to happen before we don't. But it's just great.
Yeah, you get to hang out with me and Frodan for like a whole week.
Yeah, I tried it. Didn't like it so much. But okay, we can try again. Try again, guys.
Feels bad, man. Feels
European
bad.
bluntness is never dull.
Never dull. You guys have had success across a lot of different classes. If you look at like the classes you guys have won with, it's spread really even. Talk to me a little bit about sort of your preparation and how you prepare your decks and why you guys have had so much success on every single class.
I guess we're just all really well-rounded players. I consider myself a very well-rounded player. I can play any deck, and I have played pretty much any deck in the entire game at some point in a tournament. And I think it's the same case with the other 2 guys. Also, right now, for example, we have Yakut, who is playing Paladin a lot. So we have him who's like a safeguard on the Paladin. So just well-rounded players. And the way we build the decks, basically, we just get together usually on Tuesday, and we talk about the things that we've already discussed previously up until then, and we just put together the tech cards we feel match the next opponent, basically.
You guys are one of the only remaining teams who hasn't really experimented with new stuff. You guys have almost secured your spot now. Is it time to take some risks next week? Are we going to see some Yogs rounds perhaps?
No, it's not fair to the other teams to do that. Like VP is still has a chance to make it. So if we lose to them because we bring some bad decks, then it hurts some other teams. So it's not fair to the competition. So no, that will never happen.
All right, fair point, man.
Very honorable.
Very honorable. So thank you so much for your time. You guys are definitely a pleasure to watch, and congrats on your win this week.
Thank you.
What a guy.
Yeah, what a team. I mean, JJ was probably my pick of player of the year last year. I think it was a toss-up between him and Sixo, and Sixo had a pretty good surgeons at the end of the year to really top it off. But if you just look at just the lineup that Complexity has, they have a very well-rounded roster, just like they said, and it feels like every kind of area that they've covered, either competitive ladder or tournaments or HCT or Giant Opens, these guys can do it all. And they have a good mix of really dynamic combo players and really strong aggro players as well. And it doesn't surprise me that they're in first place. But then again, you can make that argument for almost any team here. Any team within this top 8 definitely has a good chance of topping out the standings. Not going to be the case for Cloud9 or Alliance, but the dream is still alive for several of these teams here. You can look, Complexity still commandingly in first place, and will be joined by one other team tied in a 4-2 score, pending on Tempo Storm versus Team Liquid.
Yeah, and you can see there, I mentioned Complexity would be guaranteed first place.